Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamoime te atu mātou mōna karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waiho i o mātou pānga whaioro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kiengi me te inoi atu o te arihitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mōhio ai kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te whare nei. Mō te oranga, te maungarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmini.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Today the House will adjourn until Tuesday 12 August. That week the House will consider the first reading of the Anti-Social Road Use Legislation Amendment Bill, the second reading of the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, and the remaining stages of the Resource Management Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Bill and the Local Government Water Services Amendment Bill. Tuesday will be extended until Wednesday morning for the consideration of government business.
Petition has been delivered to the Clerk for presentation.
Petition of Southland Recreational Whitebaiters Association requesting that the House urge the Government to lengthen the whitebait season so it runs from 15 August to 15 November.
No papers have been, although that petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee, no papers have been delivered for the Clerk to present. 23 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the 2025-26 estimates for vote business, science and innovation, excluding appropriations related to the Health Research Fund and New Zealand Trade and Enterprise. Reports of the Environment Committee on the 2025-26 estimates for vote conservation, for vote environment and for vote Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. Report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the 2025-26 estimates for vote revenue. Reports of the Governance and Administration Committee on the 2025 estimates for 2025-26 estimates for vote Office of the Clerk and vote Parliamentary Service, for estimates for vote Prime Minister and Cabinet and for vote Public Service. Report of the Health Committee on the Medicines Amendment Bill. Report of the Justice Committee on the Regulatory Systems Courts Amendment Bill. Report of the Māori Affairs Committee on the Māori Purposes Bill. Report of the Primary Production Committee on the 2025-26 estimates for vote Agriculture, Biosecurity, Fisheries and Food Safety. Reports of the Social Services and Community Committee on the 2025-26 estimates for appropriation within Vote Education Review Office related to the Independent Children's Monitor, estimates of appropriation for Vote Internal Affairs that are the responsibility of the Minister for Community and Voluntary Sector and the Minister for Ethnic Communities, 2025-26 estimates for Vote Arts, Culture and Heritage, for Vote Disabled People and Vote Disability Support Services, for Vote Housing and Urban Development and appropriations within Vote Building and Construction that are the responsibility of the Minister of Housing, 2025-26 estimates for Vote Oranga Tamariki, Vote Pacific Peoples, Vote Social Development. Reports of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the 2025-26 estimates for Vote Building and Construction, for Vote Transport and the review briefing on the 2023-24 annual review of the Electricity Authority.
The bills are set down for second reading. The briefing and reviews are set down for consideration. No bills have been introduced. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
To the Minister for Women, does she stand by her statement, quote, "My top priority as Minister for Women is to support women to economic empowerment because not only does it give women more choice, but it has a ripple effect on families, communities and the economy," end quote. If so, is fair pay critical to economic empowerment?
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Minister, yes and yes.
Mr Speaker, did she advocate for a pay offer for nurses that keeps pace with the 4.6% rise in food costs over the past year?
Well, of course, the Minister is not involved, and nor is any other Minister involved directly in any pay negotiations, and that would be most unfortunate and wrong for them to be so.
Mr Speaker, how can a 2% pay offer and effective pay cut for nurses align with her promise that a national government would be aspirational for women?
I think the member's getting well ahead of herself. At the moment, as I understand it, the nurses' organisation has left the bargaining table.
did she advocate for a pay offer for secondary school teachers that at least keeps pace with the rising cost of living?
Well, I think I've sort of made it pretty plain. Ministers are not involved directly in negotiations, and I would be pretty concerned if they were.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Women is in charge of the Ministry of Women and has an advocacy role across government agencies, and so I think it's fair to expect that she would be advocating for the closure of the gender pay gap and for wages to lift in workforces where there are predominantly women.
Well, you may well think that, but the Minister's addressed the question.
How can a 1% pay offer, an effective pay cut for secondary school teachers, align with her commitment to support women's economic empowerment?
Well, I've made it pretty clear, haven't I, that the Minister does not engage in negotiations at the bargaining table, and nor, might I say, does the nurses' organisation, having walked away from the bargaining table.
What is the point of a Minister for Women who doesn't advocate against pay equity changes, doesn't advocate for nurses to get a fair deal, and refuse to advocate for teachers to get the pay they deserve?
Well, actually, under the National Party, we've always considered the position of Minister of Women a very important role. And in fact, I note that it was the National Party that established the position in 1949, and something the Labour Party eventually got onto.
Is she concerned that the legacy of this government will be a higher gender pay gap, more women in poverty, more women without a place to call home, and more women leaving for work in Australia for better pay?
Well, no. In fact, I'm sure that many women, and obviously most women are taxpayers, in fact all women are in some form taxpayers, would very much appreciate that this government is taking account of the fact that lowering inflation means that more New Zealanders have more buying power, and by the way, brings down interest rates, and strangely enough, these women are also mortgage holders. The one thing they want is for this government not to waste their money, and nor are we.
Question 2, Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Energy. What actions, if any, has he taken to reduce power bills for energy consumers, and how much have power bills reduced on average, if at all, as a result of these actions?
Mr. Speaker. Simon Watts.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to list just a few, this government has cancelled Lake Onslow, which had a chilling effect on investment in energy. We've passed fast-track legislation, which includes 22 renewable energy projects representing 3 gigawatts of new generation. We've initiated the Energy Competition Task Force to increase competition in the market, and we're breaking down barriers to increase rooftop solar by requiring electricity companies to pay a fair price for feeding back energy into the grid. Forward electricity prices have dropped around $100 a megawatt hour in May, and spot prices have also decreased compared to the start of this year. We know that there is more work to be done because household electricity bills are increasing, but we're getting on and dealing with the mess that we inherited and getting it sorted.
Supplementary. What does he think would reduce New Zealanders' power bills quicker? A $200 million taxpayer subsidy for fossil fuel corporations that will not make any impact for a decade, or directly investing in new renewable energy infrastructure and requiring the gentailers to reinvest dividends?
Well, Mr Speaker, firstly, I don't agree with the assertions at the first part of that question. This government, as outlined in the answers to my primary question, is putting significant investment and effort around increasing the amount of renewable energy generation in this country. There is significant amount of that coming through in the pipeline. In parallel, we are also dealing with the chilling effect that is a result of prior governments' policies in energy. That is a significant factor in energy investment, and we are tidying up that mess.
Does the Minister recognise the urgency in the energy affordability crisis, given that electricity prices are up 8.4% compared to last year, and consumer complaints about power bills have increased by 48%?
Mr Speaker, let me be clear. I am not satisfied with the level of competition in the energy market. That is why this government put together the Energy Competition Task Force, and we're also doing other work like ensuring retailers give a fair price for rooftop solar that's fed back into the grid. The Electricity Authority is also delivering the next generation power switch platform to help Kiwis get the best price for electricity. Unlike the last government, we don't shoot from the hip on energy policy.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston-Peters.
Can I ask the Minister, how long would businesses in New Zealand last if, as the Greens demand, the government directs their dividend spending?
Sorry, I missed the last part of that question. Sorry.
Very slowly.
Yep.
How long will businesses in New Zealand last if, as the Greens demand, governments direct their dividend spending?
Yes, it's most certainly not. It's not the Minister of Energy's responsibility. Scott Willis.
When, if ever?
Yeah, it's a debating chamber. Yep. A point of order.
You allowed him to make
wait, just a minute. Sit down. Right on, Winston-Peters.
Mr Speaker, you allowed that Green member to make the statement as a demand of the Minister, and then when someone sought by a supplementary question to examine the value of it, you've ruled it out. How does that work in a parliament like ours?
Well, it's pretty simple. That's what happened. Scott Willis. Point of order, Chris Bishop. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I just want to support Right Honourable Winston-Peters. He was asking a supplementary question specifically related to the supplementary asked by Dr Willis. So if it's an order for Dr Willis to ask that question, it must be also be an order for the Right Honourable Winston-Peters to ask a supplementary along the same lines. One can be in order, if one's in order, the other must be in order too.
Well, the fascinating thing is there are so many people in this House who appear to be pretty good at the job I've got at the moment. Happy to swap any time. No, not you.
Oh.
Scott Willis.
When, if ever, will he release the Frontier Economics Review of the electricity market, and how much more will New Zealanders' power bills need to increase before the government takes any meaningful action?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I outlined in the answer to the last question, we are not satisfied with the state of competition in the New Zealand energy market. The government is currently considering that report that the member notes and will release it in due course. Unlike the last government, as I said before, we don't shoot from the hip and damage the energy market. We are working very hard in order to ensure that we have a credible energy market, and I won't be drawn on any specifics of that report until we release it in due course.
Supplementary. Is his understanding of certainty in the energy market enabling the gentailers to continue to rake in $7.8 million in daily profits, while at the same time in May, 485,000 New Zealanders were behind on their bills?
Well, Mr Speaker, it is obvious that people are doing it tough. We know that energy bills are a household expense that many households are struggling with at the moment. That is why this government is focused on getting more renewable and generation online to lower energy prices and to improve competition and efficiency in the market in order to give Kiwis a better deal. We're already seeing positive movements in regards to that action, and that is because the work that we're doing in conjunction with industry is working, and that is passing on benefits to consumers.
Supplementary. Does he accept that energy is a fundamental public good and essential service? If so, how long will he allow the major energy companies to reap exorbitant profits from households for this public good and a cost of living crisis?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we do understand on this House is that energy is a significant and critical component of economic growth, and we need to ensure that that energy cost and input into our economy is as low as possible. We need affordable energy prices in New Zealand, and importantly, we need energy security. Those are my two key focuses and my two main priorities, and on this side of the House, we're taking action to deliver both of those.
Question 3, Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
You got a
supplementary.
Apologies, sorry.
Yes, supplementary.
Supplementary, Andy Foster.
Yes, to the Minister, I'd just like to ask a question. What is the impact on oil and gas, on energy prices?
Sorry, Mr. Foster, we'll just stop while this House seems to be distracted to my left. Now that it's quiet, you can resume.
To the Minister, what is the impact on energy prices of cancelling oil and gas exploration?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it has a significant chilling effect. What we know is that as a result of those decisions by prior governments, investment in terms of energy generation basically stopped. That is a significant implication, and we saw that play out in energy prices reaching over $2,000 per megawatt.
It's enough across the House. Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
What has been the effect of the long-term guarantee of fuel supply in allowing Marsden Point to be cancelled?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that we need a diversity of fuel sources in order to power our economy. And when the rain doesn't fall and the sun doesn't shine, we do need thermal energy capacity in order to keep the lights on. The area in the region in which that member is noted is one of the areas of potential, and this government is focused on unlocking those energy generation projects wherever they are in this beautiful country.
Question 3, Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health. What recent announcements has he made about strengthening primary care?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is putting patients first by delivering record investment into primary care and to support patients to get the timely, quality care they deserve. Just last week, I was pleased to announce that we're reweighting the capitation funding formula for the first time in more than 20 years to reflect real patient need in primary care, including critical factors like multimorbidity, rurality and deprivation. I also announced that the government, through Health New Zealand, will be fully funding training and exam costs for GP registrars to ensure they are supported the same way other specialties are when it comes to training. These important steps are another part of our plan to strengthen primary practice, to reduce wait times and to make sure that patients get the access to primary care they deserve.
Supplementary. Why is the government making changes to the capitation funding model for primary care?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are making changes to the outdated capitation formula to better reflect the real needs of patients. Since 2002, funding has been based only on age and gender, ignoring critical indicators like chronic illness, rural isolation and deprivation. Our new formula incorporates these factors based on data from over 2 million enrolled patients. This will ensure that more funding flows to practices serving high needs communities, particularly our rural communities, so patients get fairer, faster access to care. This is about targeting funding where it matters most and ensuring all New Zealanders have access to the timely, quality primary care they deserve.
Supplementary. What action is the government taking to strengthen the GP workforce?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are investing in a stronger GP workforce to future-proof our health system. And for the first time, the government, through Health New Zealand, is fully funding training and exam costs for GP registrars, supporting around 400 additional trainees each year. We will also be covering fellowship exam preparation for another 200 doctors, removing barriers and recognising the value they make to general practice. This will support the growth of our general practice workforce, with more GPs qualified to train graduate doctors. This is a government focused on backing GPs and putting patients first.
Supplementary. How is the government supporting the nurse practitioner workforce to improve access to care for patients?
Well, Mr. Speaker, good news. We're backing nurses to take the next step in their careers and help deliver faster, more consistent care for patients. That's why expressions of interest opened today for up to 120 registered nurses each year to train as nurse practitioners, highly skilled clinicians who can assess, diagnose, treat and prescribe. Applications are also open for primary care employers to recruit and support up to 400 graduate nurses each year. Funding includes up to $20,000 for rural employers to take on new graduate nurses and $15,000 for employers in urban environments, growing the workforce where it's needed the most. This is a government focused on strengthening primary care, supporting the front line and putting patients first.
Question 4, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance.
Hold on. I know it's Thursday, everyone's got lots to say. Keep it quiet while questions are being asked. The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
On behalf of the Minister, yes, in context.
Supplementary. Does she stand by her statement from July last year, quote, "My simple message is this, the cost of living relief is on its way," unquote? And if so, how many families have received the full $250 tax cut as promised by Christopher Luxon?
Still waiting for the answer?
Yes, because 3 years ago inflation was at 7.3% and it is now back within the band. And a year ago, Kiwis got tax relief for the first time since 2010. New Zealanders got a tax cut. So yes, I do stand by that statement.
One family. Sure.
Supplementary.
Now we're just going to calm, and that barrage is the last one for the day.
Supplementary. How can she say cost of living relief is coming when Lani Hunt, an advocate in Taranaki, has said, quote, "We've been feeding, clothing and checking in on our whānau for 10 months and the numbers have doubled," unquote.
Well, there's no doubt that there are people doing it tough in this country. I mean, the member highlights that there are people doing it tough because New Zealand has gone through a prolonged cost of living crisis and has endured a recession created by the profligate fiscal mismanagement of the last government. It takes time to turn around 6 years of neglect of this economy, rampant increase in spending, record debt, record inflation and record spending. It takes time to turn that around, but we are making progress. Clearly there is more work to do.
Supplementary. Does she agree with Aaron Hendry, an advocate for homeless youth in Auckland, who said, quote, "The government's spin about tax cuts and GDP growth ignores the basic truth. Our tamariki are freezing, our whānau are freezing," unquote.
Well, I have a lot of respect for Aaron Hendry and the work he does in Auckland around homelessness, and as has been...
Right, just calm it right down.
The member, in relation to that outburst from Carmel Sepuloni, the member might be interested in a story that was in Stuff yesterday, in which a paraplegic man with a 4-year-old son has finally moved into a social house out of a motel after 4 years of waiting. And the reason he is able to move into that motel is because of this government's Priority 1 policy, which says that families in motels with kids go to the top of the social housing wait list. The member might also reflect on the following fact.
Mr. Bishop, Minister Bishop, to stop there. You can't have one side of the House ask questions and then have the same side of the House attempt to answer them. Rare and reasonable interjections.
The member...
Point of order, the Honourable KiwiPulse.
Just in response to that, sir, that entire contribution between gaps was in response to Carmel Cipollone.
Yes.
So if the Minister is able to respond, then he's going to be getting responses himself. If it was in direct response to the question, then you'd be absolutely right.
Well, if you think about the sequencing here, the question was about to be answered and there was an interjection. It's not unreasonable to refer to someone who makes an interjection. What I can also say is that the question itself put out a speculation, nothing more than that. There's nothing before the House that would back that up. It's a supplementary. It's reasonable for the Minister to answer in the vein that he is. And we'll have no more of that barrage.
If I just finish the answer, which is, I think members should reflect on the other part of that story, which people may not have read, which is that it took 18 months to get resource consent and building consent to retrofit the property so that it was wheelchair friendly. What does it say about our planning system and our building consent system when it takes 18 months to retrofit a social house to put wheelchair ramps in? That's why we're reforming the RMA.
Point of order, the Honourable KiwiPulse.
Well, fully accepting your response to my previous point of order, that question was asking the Minister if he agreed with a quote. Now, the entirety pretty much, aside from I have a lot of respect for the person that made that quote, was about nothing to do with the content of the question. Certainly RMA reform had nothing to do with whether the Minister agreed with the specific quote in the question.
Well, with all due respect, the question started with a quote from the particular gentleman, but the quote itself was effectively making an allegation which the Minister was responding to. And I don't think it's unreasonable to talk about a specific incidence, which you'd assume is multiplied across a number of people, where there was a practical impediment to that person getting greater help sooner. I don't think that's unreasonable at all. Question, supplementary, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Why won't she listen to community service providers from across the country and those on the front line who say the cost of living crisis has only gotten worse, not better?
Well, on behalf of the Minister, I meet with community providers all the time, and I know many members of this government do. In fact, I know the Minister for Housing met with a range of community providers in Auckland just last week to talk about the problem of severe housing deprivation in Auckland. So it is true that ministers meet with community groups all the time, and it is true that there are some... Do you want an answer or not? It is true that there are some New Zealanders doing it tough. The facts are really clear when it comes to inflation, which has come down from very high peaks of 7% to back within the band. It is true that food prices have come down, but this is not deflation. It is just less inflation than there was before. And New Zealanders are still grappling with the fact that we had many years of high inflation. The government is doing a huge number of things to put more money into people's back pockets and fundamentally to deal with the underlying issue that faces this economy, which, as the Honourable KiwiPulse pointed out a week or so ago himself, is income growth. And the real way to grow this economy and get the cost of living under control is to grow the economy so that incomes rise. And so far, the opposition has opposed almost every government proposal to do that.
That's enough. Thank you. Question 5, Paolo Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Local Government. What announcements has he made about increasing transparency in local government?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Simon.
Mr. Speaker, today I announced the release of key performance metrics for every council across this country. Ratepayers will now be able to go to the Department of Internal Affairs website to easily compare their council's spending on core services like infrastructure, debt and staffing against other councils.
Supplementary. Why is this information so important for ratepayers to have right now?
Mr. Speaker, This is crucial because households are doing it tough with the cost of living, and they deserve to know that their rates are being spent reasonably. This increased transparency provides a one-stop shop for ratepayers to ask informed questions around their council rates, investment and performance. This is a great day for local democracy.
Supplementary. What is the government's expectation of councils following this release?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government's expectation is that councils will use this as an opportunity to demonstrate value for money to their ratepayers. We want to see councils getting back to basics and delivering the core services that our communities rely on. We want to see responsible financial management and local councils living within their means, just like the households that they represent.
Supplementary. What further steps is the government considering to ensure councils manage their finances responsibly?
Well, Mr. Speaker, these new benchmarks are just part of a broader plan to increase accountability and transparency across local government. We know that Kiwis are concerned about how their rates bills are increasing, and that is why we are actively exploring a rates capping system to ensure councils are spending ratepayers' money responsibly. Our government is committed to ensuring that local government sector is affordable, efficient and focusing on delivery for ratepayers.
Very good. Just make the point to all members that it's not appropriate for members to move from their allotted seat to another seat and then participate in various calls across the House when they are not called to speak. A point of order, the Honourable Kerry McAnulty.
Sir, that is absolutely right.
Yeah.
In the normal context of the House, that someone might move seats to advance their chance of being heard as a heckle. But at the start of question time, when seats are allocated, usually to fill the vacancy from an absent member, are you therefore saying that anybody that isn't sitting in their allocated seat from the start of question time is prevented from heckling for the entirety of question time?
No, I'm not saying that. Standing orders are. The Honourable Dr Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, does he stand by his statement that he is ensuring nurses have the resources they need to provide access to timely, quality health care?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Mr. Speaker. In the context it was made, yes. Patient safety is essential to ensuring every New Zealander gets the care they need when they need it, and that's why our government is putting patients first in every decision we make. We've delivered a record $16.68 billion in additional funding for Health New Zealand over 3 budgets to ensure the frontline is supported to deliver the timely quality care that Kiwis deserve. Since 2023, we've also increased the number of nurses working at Health New Zealand by over 2,100, the number of doctors by over 600. This means more people on the front line with more resources to put patients first to reduce wait times for those who need care.
Supplementary, who is correct? The Minister who describes nurses' advocacy for safe staffing as wanting to control the roster, or nurses who point out that without that, unsafe staffing is rampant under his government?
Mr. Speaker, the point I made yesterday was that Health New Zealand, as the employer, should be in charge of the rostering system, just like all other employers across New Zealand are in control of how they employ their staff.
Supplementary, who is correct? The Minister who boasts he's hired 278 nurses in the last year, or the New Zealand Herald, who notes that that's only a 1% increase and that there are signs that that doesn't keep up with need?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said in the primary answer, there are 2,100 more nurses working at Health New Zealand today than when we came to government, and we're focused on ensuring that the additional nurses, the additional doctors, the increased resources going into making sure we're reducing the wait lists and wait times for patients, which blew out under her watch.
Supplementary, who is correct? The Minister who claims there's no hiring freeze, or every nurse I talk to who has unfilled positions in their department that they're blocked from recruiting into?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what is right is the facts, which is that there are 2,100 more nurses and 600 more doctors working at Health New Zealand today than when we came to office, and that is based on the health workforce stats which are released by Health New Zealand.
Supplementary. Who is responsible for cancelled surgeries? The nurses who draw attention to 56% of day shifts on surgical wards being understaffed, or the minister who refuses to staff those wards?
Mr. Speaker, Health New Zealand is responsible as the employer, and what I would say, when the union decides to strike and put politics ahead of patients and cancel the care of 1,500 New Zealanders who've had their hips, knees, cataract surgeries cancelled, 2,800 first specialist appointments cancelled, the union is ultimately responsible for failing patients, and I hold them responsible.
Question 7, Hana Rāwhiti Maipi-Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te pika. To the Minister for Social Development and Employment, what, if anything, is she doing to address the 10% decrease in filled jobs for 15 to 19-year-olds since June 2024?
The Honourable Louise Uxton.
Mr. Speaker, our government is relentlessly focused on growing the economy and getting people into work. I acknowledge that young people are feeling the impact of the weak labour market, and that's why our work to grow the economy is so important. We've also built a more proactive welfare system. Our Welfare That Works approach means that more young people will get a needs assessment, a job plan and tailored support, including job coaching. Our message to young New Zealanders is that this government is focused on building a strong economy. We have put in place the policies to help young people be better placed to take advantage of these opportunities.
Supplementary. Why is she making it harder for 18 and 19-year-olds to access financial support when there are over 12,000 less jobs available for rangatahi now compared to last year?
Mr. Speaker, the policy that we announced in Budget 2025 is about ensuring that 18 to 19-year-olds from the 1st of July 2027 understand the expectation that we have, that young people will be in work, in further education or training. That is an expectation because we want more young New Zealanders to do well, to have great opportunities and to have more opportunities to earn greater incomes.
Supplementary. How have the government's cuts to the public service, to the Apprenticeship Boost Programme and to Te Pukenga contributed to 96,000 rangatahi being out of employment, education and training?
Mr. Speaker, I will focus on the areas that fall within my responsibility as the Minister for Social Development and Employment and say our government is unwilling to have young people who go onto a job seeker benefit under the age of 25 be on welfare for another 18 years of their life. That is intolerable to this side of the House. That is why we are implementing policies to improve the chances of young New Zealanders to have a better life and a better future.
Supplementary.
Just wait.
Will the Minister commit to increasing funding for initiatives such as the Pūhoro STEM Academy that have been helping to accelerate Māori student achievement and preparation for university study and the workforce?
Mr. Speaker, that is a program that doesn't fall within the responsibilities I have as the Minister for Social Development and Employment. But let me reassure that member, because I know she is as concerned as we are about young people, young Māori people who miss out on the opportunities to set their lives up for the future. That's why our government is absolutely focused on ensuring more young New Zealanders get the support they need to improve their chances. And that's why we're unwilling to accept that 20 years, 2 decades of a young person's life is as good as it gets.
Question 8, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister and asks, what is the government doing to reduce spending?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister up and down this country, over the last 6 years, people in small businesses and farms and families have had to tighten their belts as the government unleashed its own. Over the last 18 months, we've had a government that is committed to being as careful with taxpayer money as taxpayers have to be with theirs. And for example, in Budget 2025, the government realised $4.8 billion in annual operating savings and reprioritisations. In Budget 24, that figure was $4.4 billion, for a total of $9.2 billion in annual savings that the government has made so far. We've also set the road ahead by committing ourselves to only $2.4 billion a year in annual operating allowances. That compares with a $3.5 billion annual operating allowance that the previous Finance Minister had allowed himself.
Supplementary. What are some of the tough choices that the government has had to make to achieve savings?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, as I have mentioned, people up and down New Zealand have faced tough choices, largely because the government refused to make them for too long and spikes inflation, which spikes interest rates. This government, in the last 18 months, has made choices such as halving the cost of the school lunch program while achieving over 99% on-time delivery and student satisfaction at a rate of 73%. Pretty good, most parents who prepare lunches would say. We're building a new medical school, but we're managing to do that for $200 million less taxpayer contribution than first proposed. And when it comes to pay equity, we've managed to focus the scheme on actual gender discrimination while saving $2.7 billion per year for taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, we finally have a government showing the same fiscal responsibility that people in firms, farms and families have had to for so long while those guys let inflation out of control.
Supplementary. Why does reducing government spending matter for New Zealanders?
Mr. Speaker, the government can only get money by taxing New Zealanders. Sometimes it borrows money, but then it has to tax New Zealanders in the future with interest. For example, the additional debt taken on in the period that Grant Robertson was Finance Minister, for example, is now costing New Zealand taxpayers $3.7 billion per year in interest. We are reducing the burden of taxation on Kiwi families and investing in things that matter, such as giving Pharmac the single biggest uplift in funding for medicines in New Zealand history. Having smaller government, having less waste, means that the Reserve Bank can take pressure off interest rates and therefore take pressure off families, allow people to spend more and create more jobs.
Supplementary. Can New Zealanders expect more savings in the future?
Mr. Speaker, not only can New Zealanders expect more savings, but they are absolutely essential. If we want this to be a country where people can recognise and realise their dreams to flourish in their own way, they cannot do it with the yoke of the government on their back. They cannot do it with enormous interest bills on past governments' borrowing, and they cannot do it with taxes stretching far into the future. They must have a smaller, more efficient government that takes less of the pie, leaving more for everyone else.
Question number 9, Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te manga te whare. My question is to the Minister of Education. Does she agree with Erica Stanford, who said...
We'll just stop there. Everyone needs to be quiet, particularly if it's coming from one of your own members. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime, from the start.
Tēnā koe te manga te whare. My question is to the Minister of Education. Does she agree with Erica Stanford, who said in 2023 that she was, quote, committed to more, unquote, pay for existing teachers? If so, how is one of the lowest pay offers ever, as reported by RNZ, being committed to more?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, this quotation was around the collective bargaining process and committing to more. Collective bargaining is not only about pay, but pay and conditions. And yes, in answer to the first part of the question, I'm committed to more. More decodable maths books, resources in our primary schools, a more internationally comparable curriculum, more funding for learning support so more kids get more support more often, more support for teachers through funding more PLD and their teacher registration fees, more funding in schools for on-site training, more classrooms at a lower cost to benefit more students and more teachers. And in response to the second part of the question, as I said before, I'm not going to comment on an active bargaining process.
Supplementary. Why does the government value tobacco companies and landlords more than our teachers?
No, we went through this yesterday. It's not. You can't assert something like that and expect the minister, who has no responsibility for those particular courses of action, if they were to be true, to answer. Please, without losing your question, rephrase it or go down a different track.
Why is she hiding behind the Public Service Commissioner
and
refusing?
Do that either. Sorry.
Why? Oh, okay.
No. Look, just ask a question. Don't assert something.
Does she stand by her statement that the offer was, quote, carefully crafted to recognise the contribution of teachers, unquote? If so, are teachers only worth a 1% pay rise?
Mr. Speaker, in response to the first part of the question, I was quoting the Public Service Commissioner and I had agreed with him.
Why is she refusing to front up to teachers on why the government doesn't value them?
No, you can't. Look, sorry, you can't ask a question like that either. That's where you're asserting something that you cannot possibly demonstrate. So please have another go. You're not losing your questions. We're just going through an exercise of getting them right.
Why will she not answer the questions regarding the pay offer on why the government doesn't value teachers by only offering them 1%?
Mr.
Sorry, look, that doesn't take us any further. Standing Order 39 makes 1B makes it very clear that questions cannot contain arguments, inferences or opinions. So have another crack. But we're getting close to the end of it.
Point of order.
Point of order, the Honourable Kerry McNulty.
Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where yesterday and other days in the House, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health have been quite happy to answer questions specifically around pay offers that have been made to nurses. But the Minister of Education is refusing to address questions that relate to the pay offer to teachers. And so a supplementary question from Willow Jean Prime that asks why will she not answer these questions is entirely appropriate.
It was not the question she asked. The question was the assertion that the Minister is not placing a value on teachers. That's an opinion. Please have another go at the question.
Why is she only offering teachers 1%?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member may well be aware that I am not offering anything. The Public Service Commissioner is in. The Public Service Commissioner is undertaking collective bargaining. We are also in the middle of active bargaining and I cannot comment on that.
The House needs to be quiet while questions are asked. The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Did the Minister say to one of the primary questions that she was caught by the restraints of mediation? And could she explain very carefully to the opposition what that means?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already said, the Public Service Commissioner is in the middle of active bargaining, and I need to be very careful, as the member opposite and previous ministers will well be aware. Ministers need to be very careful in their comments around collective bargaining so as not to upset the active collective bargaining process that is underway. We have to be very careful.
Supplementary.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Why did she commit to increasing teacher pay in opposition but does nothing now that she is the minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how many times I have to say this. We are in the middle of active collective bargaining. The member opposite needs to understand that nothing has been concluded and needs to really listen to the answers that I'm giving.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Is it possible that in the bargaining process the government will negotiate extra funding for the teaching of really, really slow learners?
Yeah, well, the question is probably legitimate. It's not one that I think the Minister would offer much to the House in answering, but the Minister.
Supplementary.
The Honourable Legion Prime.
How are teachers meant to feel valued when they do so much for our tamariki and yet get rewarded with an effective pay cut?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell that member that teachers feel valued when an education minister delivers a almost $750 million package in learning support to deliver learning support coordinators to every single primary and intermediate school in the country that was promised by the members opposite and that they never delivered on, because this is a government that supports teachers and schools and does the things that they ask for.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, someone is going to go shortly because the interjections are just over the top.
Point of order.
A point of order. Tim Van der Molen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just following that series of questions, I wonder whether you might be able to reflect on this and come back to the House around the very generous nature that you've demonstrated in allowing the re-asking of questions on multiple occasions at no cost. And I ask this in the context which we've seen over a period of time where if a member makes what is an unparliamentary comment and therefore is ruled out of order by yourself, then gets another opportunity to ask a question at no cost, it, I think, has encouraged an increased use of those sorts of comments to be made, to have a flick at the government prior to that. And we saw then a subsequent question from the Deputy Prime Minister that was not allowed to be answered by the Minister, but did cost that member the question. And I just wonder whether we can consider the consistency of that. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Very good point.
Thank you, Leader of the House.
Right, early afternoon. Yes.
That's my first one.
Yeah, good. You want applause? The point I'd first make to you is that all supplementaries are at the discretion of the Speaker. That's been there for a long time, Standing Orders 39.7. Further, in this particular case, it was a question about education, so I didn't think my facilitating a bit of learning was such a bad thing. Question 10, Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Agriculture. What steps, if any, is he taking to guard against perceived influence by the dairy lobby on freshwater policy?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Todd McClay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not the Minister responsible for the RMA reform. However, I can confirm there is no influence on freshwater policy from the dairy industry. The government's freshwater policy reform is about restoring balance and confidence, including driving better outcomes for freshwater, and is being developed through a transparent, evidence-based process led by officials and informed by public consultation. Public consultation on freshwater national direction ran for 8 weeks, closing on the 27th of July. The government expects stakeholders to be consulted through the standard process of policy development.
Does he dispute the findings of the newsroom investigation that showed the dairy lobby has enjoyed...
Who interfered there? Who interrupted then? It wasn't... We'll start again, and the House will be completely silent, apart from the questioner asking his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does he dispute the findings of the newsroom investigation that showed the dairy lobby has enjoyed privileged and disproportionate access to ministers and officials that led to the removal of freshwater protections?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, I do, absolutely, because it is not correct. I also think that private money going into news organisations to run stories in itself is something that should be considered. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there has been ongoing consultation since October of last year. Officials have conducted both targeted and private consultation with stakeholders. This is included with the primary sector, irrigators, Māori, environment NGOs, foresters and councils. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in looking at the list of those that have been consulted in person, it includes the Environment Defence Society, Forest and Bird, Fish and Game, along with a very large group of other New Zealanders who have interest in making sure that the harm that was done previously to freshwater policy is undone.
Does he think it's appropriate that there is disproportionate access for dairy lobby groups representing commercial interests rather than those who are representing the public, environmental experts or tangata whenua, when freshwater in fact sustains us all?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think when the Environmental Defence Force, Forest and Bird and Fish and Game, along with many councils around New Zealand and many iwi groups were consulted, they made their case to officials, just as those from the primary sector. Indeed, so far there have been 20,000 submissions received as part of the wider public consultation. Officials will be charged with going through those and analysing them, and we have announced that there will be a second round of consultation in as far as freshwater changes are concerned. But what I can confirm for that member, Mr. Speaker, is that the most consulted sectors through targeted consultation of the freshwater process were councils and
government, that the balance has swung too far towards the environment, when since 1990 dairy cow numbers have doubled, driven by a 600% increase in synthetic nitrogen fertiliser use and resulting in a significant decline in the freshwater health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not what this government has ever said. What the government has said is that the changes that were put in place over the last 6 years when that member's party was in government with Labour do not work. We have councils in New Zealand and environmental groups as long as other water users from the primary sector saying that the rules that were put there are complex, they are expensive, they don't work, and that nobody is happening with them. We're going to drive better outcomes through wider consultation, and Mr. Speaker, it is important that we meet our water quality obligations, but I say to that member and the Labour Party, we can do that without closing down New Zealand businesses.
Mr. Speaker, is it acceptable that the 8,000 people who live in Gore City couldn't drink their water in recent days due to nitrate contamination from a dairy farm? And how will removing the cap on synthetic nitrogen fertiliser and getting rid of freshwater protections help that problem?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's actually not what's happened, and I noticed the Gore Council, along with the environmental councils in the area, are doing an investigation. They're also adding to their ability to monitor, and so we should wait until any judgment is cast upon exactly what happens there. It's very pleasing that people of Gore are able to drink water again. But what I would say is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, is Greenpeace sanctioning the graffitiing of the trout that's down there publicly, and then coming out and saying people should do that even more.
Supplementary, the Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Would the Minister agree that it's a good thing that the government actually talks to people who work every day on the ground in rural New Zealand to understand what affects them?
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's the reason that there is such extensive consultation around changes that will be proposed around freshwater management in New Zealand. As I've said, environmental groups, councils, the public, as well as iwi and the primary sector have been consulted. We've announced that once we have finished going through the 20,000 submissions, public submissions that have been received, there will be a second round of consultation on exactly what it is the government is proposing, and I would suggest to all members of this House that actually it is in the best interest of New Zealand for us to get the use of water right, because the last government didn't. In fact, they held back councils and industry.
The Minister saying that he is more concerned about crosses being put on the eyes of a fish statue in Gore than about the 100 cases of new bowel cancer and 40 deaths every year attributable to nitrate contamination of drinking water, which primarily comes from dairy cow urine.
No, what I'm saying is that member and the Greenpeace shouldn't be sanctioning what is a criminal act in Gore.
Question number 11, Rima Nakli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs and asks, what recent announcements has the government made to support Kiwis at the checkout?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable
Scott
Simpson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week the government announced the decision to ban surcharges. And it's a ban that is a win, a real win for customers, and it's backed by real relief for small businesses too. We're scrapping those annoying checkout fees that frustrate shoppers, while the Commerce Commission's move to cap and reduce fees will save businesses around $90 million a year. And that's a balanced package, Mr. Speaker, because it delivers transparency for customers and lower costs for businesses.
Supplementary. How do these interchange or bank fees affect small businesses?
Well, it's a good question, Mr. Speaker, because the bank fees are the charges placed on retailers every time a customer pays by using a card. Now, these fees make up about 60% of the total processing payment costs. And for small businesses, that can stack up. So the lower cap from the ComCom to these costs, it brings those costs down to a fair and reasonable level. And that's been easing pressure on small businesses and at the same time helping them stay competitive.
Supplementary. Will this hurt small businesses' profitability?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in jurisdictions like the United Kingdom and in the European Union where bans have been put in place, there has been no evidence of increased prices at the checkout.
They love evidence.
And it's worth pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that we know as of today, only about 20% of New Zealand businesses actually charge a surcharge. And so ultimately this is a decision about fairness, about transparency. Small businesses get the relief they need from the bank charges and customers pay the price they expect to pay at the till.
Supplementary. Why has this government acted decisively on both surcharges and bank fees?
A point of order, the Honourable Kerry McAnulty.
You were very clear earlier, sir, that questions should not have assertions, and that is a debatable point, so it shouldn't have been included in the question.
No, you can't say that because the question was why. And you're right, actually. Reword it, just so we all keep happy about those things. You can't assert something. So
yes,
the bit was that you're asserting that the government's acted
decisively.
Decisively.
Okay.
One word would change the answer.
Why has this government acted on both surcharges and bank fees?
Well, we've been very decisive, Mr. Speaker. These two decisions are designed to work hand in hand. By cutting the cost of accepting card payments, the need for surcharges in the first place is reduced. And together, the two actions create a fairer system, lower fees for businesses and more honest pricing for customers at the till.
Great.
Point of order.
Just responding to the previous...
Hang on, I haven't called you yet.
Sorry.
Point of order, the Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in relation to that last point of order, in terms of an assertion, I just refer back to the member Steve Abel's last supplementary where he asserted that dairy...
Hold on.
Yep.
You're out of time for something.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to be respectful of the previous...
Yeah, I realise that. That's right. Question 12, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Does she stand by her statement? Quote, the government is creating...
Who's it to?
Oh, sorry, this is to the Minister of Employment and Social Development. Does she stand by her statement? The government is creating the conditions where jobs are created. Absolutely. And would 184,000 New Zealanders have left the country in the past 18 months if this was the case?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, yes, of course, there's a range of reasons why people leave New Zealand. Some of them have included things like high inflation, high interest rates, a shrinking economy, and people have lost their jobs. These are things that happened under the last government. We are a government that is relentlessly focused on growing the economy so businesses have the confidence to hire staff. It is ultimately businesses that grow the economy through their decisions to expand, invest, and create more jobs. The government's role is to create the conditions for them to do that. Our message to New Zealanders is that the steps we are taking will create a stronger economy. It is economic growth that results in more and higher paying jobs for Kiwis.
Why are there 22,700 fewer jobs being filled by young people than 1 year ago?
Mr Speaker, as we have said previously, one of the last things to come right after high inflation and high interest rates and economic recession is the labour market. Unfortunately, that is where we are now, with an unemployment rate of 5.1%. What I can say is that unemployment rate is no different than what was first forecast in 2022, when that member was in government.
Why are there 6,400 more young people not in education, employment or training in the past year?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'll just repeat what I said before. Unfortunately, it is the labour market which is the final thing to come right at the end of challenging economic times. Our government is focused with a Going for Growth strategy, including developing talent, to provide the environment where businesses have the confidence to invest, to grow, to hire more staff and pay more wages. That is exactly what we're going to work on.
Why then did she change the criteria for the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs to no longer focus on young people who are not in education or training?
Well, Mr Speaker, unfortunately that member is misinformed. The Mayor's Task Force for Jobs can continue to look after younger people, but it is restricted to 20% of those that they work with, because actually taxpayers have an expectation that if somebody is receiving a benefit, taxpayer-funded programs will support them first. Yeah.
Does she stand by her promise that, quote, jobs are coming? And if so, is she referring to the opportunities that await young New Zealanders in Australia?
Mr Speaker, no. And as I said at the start of my question, there's a range of reasons, unfortunately, why some New Zealanders have chosen to leave. On this side of the House, we're really aspirational and optimistic that by creating the right conditions and going for growth, New Zealanders will see that they have a greater future, higher wages and more opportunities right here.
That concludes oral questions. Members should leave quietly if they have to. And today I'll be particularly strict on people who decide to have a conversation on the way out the door. Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, the Honourable Kira McNulty.
Thank you, Sir. I didn't think it would be useful for the flow of question time to do this point of order earlier. However, I think it might be useful to have absolute clarity in your earlier response around members interjecting from a seat that is not their usual seat. I refer you to Speaker's ruling 65.1 and specifically 65.1.1, which says a member may interject from any seat the member may be occupying at the time, but not by walking about. It is disorderly to change seats to facilitate interjection. Is it your view that that is still standing as the relevant Speaker's ruling, or was your guidance today the equivalent of a new Speaker's ruling that if you aren't in your allocated seat, you may not interject at any point?
No, look, I'd like to reassert the particular Speaker's ruling that you've just quoted and indicate that there was, from a seat not normally occupied by a member, a considerable amount of interjection that bordered on barrage. I thought making that point might prevent some more drastic course of action, which I think is not unreasonable. Call on Government Law of the Day, number one. Point of order. The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, I respectfully ask you to reflect. The Honourable Andrew Hoggard did something very similar, respectfully waiting for a question to finish so he did not interrupt its flow to raise a point of order, and was dismissed before he got to explain what the point of order was. I think if you're going to take a point of order long after time that's effectively trifling with your ruling, then you could have given the same generosity to Andrew Hoggard.
Well, the problem is he was asking at question 12 about a matter that was from a question 10, and I think there's the difference we have. It needs the standing orders is pretty clear. You've got to be timely on those things. Well, he was asking for a ruling. He wasn't asking for a ruling. Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry. Next time he interrupts like that, I'll give him a fair go. Can we have Government Order of the Day number 1?
Crown Minerals Amendment Bill, third reading.
The Honourable Shane Jones. The Honourable Simon Watts.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website. The Honourable Simon Watts.
Mr Speaker, I move that the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Mr Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the Honourable Shane Jones for his work in bringing this to the House. I will now outline the key changes in the bill and explain why this government is pursuing them. Mr Speaker, Kiwis shouldn't have to choose between heating their homes or buying food because of rising costs. New Zealand is a country blessed with its renewable energy system, with around 92% of our electricity production today coming from renewable sources. However, we are faced with difficult trade-offs. We have an electricity shortage, and our generation does not always provide the certainty we need. We only need to point to the dry years and the faster than expected falls in gas production to see where prices have soared. The supply has dropped because our energy system is dependent on the wind blowing and the rain falling and the sun continuing to shine. Dry year price increases could have been reduced if we had enough fuel and electricity generation to supply the energy we needed. The ban on new gas exploration, the drive to try and rapidly achieve 100% renewable electricity, along with weaker drilling results from our gas fields, has left us in a difficult position. The opposition suggested that the exploration ban had no impact on price and gas availability, and that is to ignore the facts. The ban sent a chilling message to the investment community, halting the very exploration that underpins our energy security and leading directly to the supply constraints and price volatility that we see today. In times where renewable production decreases, it is clear that we need contingency options to ensure that Kiwis are not left footing a bigger bill, and to ensure that we have sufficient supply. We are facing an important moment, Mr Speaker, in how we manage our energy now. Our current gas fields are in decline. We are having to compensate by importing overseas coal rather than using domestic gas. Without more investment in existing and new fields, constraints on gas supply will continue. The consequences are already being felt. Businesses are dealing with high energy costs, our businesses are facing closure, and our communities are suffering job losses. We are currently working to increase clean energy production, and we continue to work towards our climate goals. As Climate Minister, I continue this work. And I will also point out where the previous government's push to renewable energy has left us needing to make realistic decisions. This is not a government turning away. It is about doing what is necessary now. We unfortunately live in a world of trade-offs. As we work to reduce emissions, we need to be realistic and consider what needs to be done today with current options, and to ensure that we continue to support people with steady, certain and affordable energy. This is an absolute priority. The argument that reversing this ban will not yield new gas for a decade is a distraction. The immediate signal this bill sends to investors is critical now. It encourages immediate investment in long-term exploration and in maximising production from our existing fields. which can deliver benefits far sooner. A secure energy system remains critical for easing Kiwis' cost of living and ensuring economic security and growth. This bill is one of the steps to ensure that. The bill introduces reforms to the Crown Minerals Act 1991, aimed at improving energy security, encouraging investment and streamlining regulation. The bill reverses the 2018 ban on new petroleum exploration permits outside onshore Taranaki. It restores the Act's purpose from manage to promote the Crown's petroleum and minerals estate. It introduces flexible permit allocation, including open market applications. It makes changes to the decommissioning regime that balances protecting the Crown from significant fiscal risk with supporting investor confidence. And it creates a Tier 3 permit category for small-scale, non-commercial gold mining. The most significant change is the reversal of the ban on new petroleum exploration beyond onshore Taranaki. This will help re-establish New Zealand as a destination for new domestic and international investment. It will send a strong signal that the government recognises the importance of domestic gas for New Zealand's energy security. Since the ban was announced, our exploration acreage has shrunk from 88,000 square kilometres in March 2018 to around 6,000 square kilometres of permitted exploration acreage today, on and offshore. Reversing the ban will allow the Crown to receive applications for petroleum prospecting, exploration and mining permits across New Zealand, including offshore. New Zealand is committed to a clean energy transition and meeting our emissions targets. We have committed to deliver net zero by 2050, including by doubling renewable electricity and removing consenting barriers. Natural gas remains critical to our energy security. Without gas, we would need to either rely on more coal, which results in around twice the CO2 emissions than natural gas, or face energy insecurity and higher prices. Higher electricity prices could also delay electrification of our wider economy, hindering emissions reductions across many other sectors. Emissions increase from increased gas supply is preferable to relying on imported coal to meet the energy gap left by a lack of gas. Most of the changes will take effect immediately after the bill is passed. Others require staged implementation and secondary legislation like regulations or amendments to the petroleum program. I expect that all changes will be operational in September. I want to thank the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee again for their work and the consideration of this bill. I also want to thank all those that have contributed to the preparation and the passage of this bill. I look forward to seeing the amended Crown Minerals Act serve New Zealanders now and into the future. Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Mr Speaker.
Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Mr Speaker, this bill that we are debating its third reading of is a very potent symbol of the shambles that this government is when it comes to energy policy. We have a bill that it was brought to the House in September last year, came back, and a bill unprecedentedly that had to be recommitted to the House for a major amendment after the committee of the stage. And what did industry insiders say about that? They said industry observers were at a loss to understand how officials and the Cabinet had managed to misunderstand the decommissioning amendment to the Crown Minerals Bill had the opposite effect of the government's desire. We have a government that does not understand what it is doing. We have a government that is ill-informed when it comes to energy policy, and we have a government that is simply wrong. It demonstrates in this piece of legislation that this is a government that has no plan to make sure that New Zealanders have access to affordable and secure energy to heat our homes, to run our businesses and to fuel our economy. Mr. Speaker, it shows that Christopher Luxon is leading a government that is so far out of touch with ordinary New Zealanders and is more intent at doing the bidding of multinational oil and gas companies. It shouts loud and clear that that is where their priorities lay. They will put oil and gas corporations ahead of New Zealand taxpayers every day of the week, and this bill lays that out in black and white. And this is part of a pattern of behaviour from this government, Mr. Speaker, who in this year's government decided to literally gamble $200 million of New Zealand taxpayers' money as a subsidy or inducement for big oil and gas to come and try and find something they have already spent billions of dollars looking for. Because, Mr. Speaker, despite the claims from the Minister who presented the legislative statement, this bill does nothing to increase our energy security. Let's have a look at the facts. Because in fact, what this bill does, it poses a threat to our energy security. What it will deliver for New Zealanders is more expensive and a less secure energy system in the long run. Either the government from Christopher Luxon down doesn't understand, or it is willfully misleading New Zealanders when it talks about this. Let's look at the claim that ending oil and gas exploration in 2018 leads to the current energy tightness that we're experiencing. The problem for the government is the facts do not back that up. In fact, there was record investment in the existing fields after 2018. Those existing fields, in 2017, $900 million was invested in existing fields. In 2018, $1.1 billion. In 2022, $1.3 billion. In 2023, $1.2 billion. So for this government to claim that it had a chilling effect on investment, they are simply wrong. What we had was those offshore oil and gas operators looking for every last bit they could eke out of the existing fields. And Mr. Speaker, it is not there. And then we have Shane Jones saying this will open up off the east coast of the South Island the opportunities. Well, newsflash, billions of dollars have been spent looking for that particular El Dorado, and it simply isn't there. But no, this government is going to give $200 million to offshore companies to go and have a look again, where they've already decided there are not commercial finds available there. So, Mr. Speaker, the government needs to front up with some facts to New Zealanders and come clean that what they are doing is right-wing virtue signalling, and it is nothing more than an ideological desire to look to the past instead of investing in the future that New Zealanders need and New Zealanders deserve. We had the Minister talking about how we have to do this because we need to alleviate the dry year risk. Well, the Minister that just gave that speech alarmingly is New Zealand's Minister of Energy. And actually, I had some sympathy for him having to give this speech. It must have been particularly humiliating for him, given that the Minister that is in charge of this bill is going around the country telling everyone he is indeed the real Minister of Energy. And also that this minister is also the Minister of Climate Change, who is going to have to front up to his international colleagues and explain why he has got New Zealand kicked out of groups of countries that have ambition. So I do have some sympathy for him. But his claim in crocodile tears that this is going to address dry year risk affordability for New Zealand is nothing short of ridiculous. Marginal cost of electricity. I thought the Minister of Energy might understand that. When we set the price for electricity, it is set at the price of the highest megawatt that we produce, and that is by burning coal, and it is by burning gas. Where we save New Zealanders money, where we deliver affordable and secure electricity, is when we invest in renewable ways of storing. At the moment, we store in coal and we store in gas, and we need to stop it. This bill is taking New Zealand backwards to an unaffordable future. Instead, this government threw out work that was going on in terms of how we could affordably store electricity and look to our future. But that work has gone by the wayside. But what this government is doing is putting New Zealanders' futures at risk. We know where the future jobs lie. We know where affordable electricity to heat our homes and relieve cost of living pressures on New Zealanders lie, and that is by investing in the future and not looking to the past. We also have to look at the seriously negative climate emissions implications of this change. The government's own officials told them that 14.2 million tonnes of emissions additionally would be put on New Zealand's ledger by this change. We have yet to hear from the government what they're going to do instead, because that's the way in which the New Zealand law works. When you make a change, you have to tell us how it is you're going to make it up. But this government is intent on taking us backwards in terms of our emissions reductions, and we've only heard in the last couple of days we're not going to meet our targets. And this is going to hurt our international reputation. And this isn't just about us feeling a bit sorry for ourselves because other countries don't think we're good. This is about putting our future at risk. And this is about putting our trade agreements at risk. And the government was told this by their own officials in a bit that should have been redacted from the regulatory impact statement, but an incompetent government couldn't even get that right, came to the floor of the House telling us that there was serious concerns. Let me read from that. Legally privileged MFAT assessed that reversing the 2018 ban would likely be inconsistent with the obligations in several of New Zealand's free trade agreements. So farmers need to be worried. Our access to the EU and the UK are being put at risk because of this ideological right-wing virtue signalling from a government that has zero plan of how to deliver affordable and secure energy to New Zealand's households and businesses. And Mr. Speaker, it does not need to be like this. There is an alternative. There is a way in which we can invest in our future. We can unleash New Zealand's potential of having some of the most affordable energy in the world. That is because our potential in renewable energy is unsurpassed by many countries in this world. But this government refuses to see that. It is looking to a 20th century expensive past that is going to consign New Zealand households and businesses to inflated prices for decades to come. They have no plan, they have no solution, and they are not telling New Zealanders, workers and communities about what the future holds and how that transition can occur. Mr. Speaker, restarting oil and gas is one of the most ridiculous things I have heard. Their arguments do not stack up. They are putting our futures at risk, and Mr. Speaker, they are showing they're even incompetent at doing that.
Point of order, Simon Court.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt that member's flow, but I believe that member has breached standing orders. I want to refer to the comment she made where she accused the Prime Minister and the government's ministers of willfully misleading.
What's the standing order?
Well, in terms of Speaker's rulings 48.1, a member may say that he or she believes a statement is incorrect, but must not accuse another member of making a statement that member knew to be incorrect. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that you ask this member to withdraw and apologise.
Speaking to the point of order.
Speak to the point of order, Dr. Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not accuse the Prime Minister or ministers of willfully misleading New Zealanders. I asked a question around whether or not they failed to understand or whether they were willfully misleading New Zealanders. I did not accuse them of willfully misleading New Zealanders.
Speaking to the point of order.
Yeah, very briefly, I think that our member is dancing on the head of a pin.
Speak to the point of order.
And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that whether that member believes they asked a question that made that inference or not, they are still impugning the character of the members that member sought to impugn by making that statement in her speech.
Okay, thank you. Order. Thank you for that. I am going to take the member's word for it. If on reflection it appears differently in the Hansard, there will be an opportunity for the member to come back to the House and to withdraw and apologise. I will take the next call.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. In 2011, I was privileged to be part of the Oil-Free Seas flotilla. We arrived on a beach in the tip of the East Cape, about to be welcomed to the Kauai Tangohia. Kia ora, thank you, marae. In that spectacular part of the country where the rising sun first hits these islands through the sea air, and we were greeted by a haka of 500 people.
Is this a haiku?
It could be. Not as good as my folk songs, according to you, but that haka was said to be, by Te Whānau Apanui, the iwi greeting us, to be the biggest haka since James Cook had arrived in that part of the country. I'm hoping we were more worthy of it than he was. We went into an amazing banquet in the Whare Kai, and there we marked the forming of an alliance between Greenpeace and Te Whānau Apanui to resist the seismic surveying by the Brazilian driller Petrobras in the Raukumara Basin. And for 42 days, the boats harried that seismic surveying ship. And Kylie Matthews jumped in the water with a boy saying, "Stop deep sea oil." And that seismic surveying ship left those waters never to return. A couple of years later, they relinquished their permit for the Raukumara Basin, and one of the spokesperson for Petrobras said in all the 27 nations that they had operated in, they had never encountered such resistance as they did in Aotearoa, New Zealand. That was the beginning of a movement of communities, of iwi, of non-government environmental organisations across this nation that one by one kicked out the oil majors. And then finally in 2018, the culmination of that 7-year movement was a very wise and progressive and advanced decision by the then three-party government in New Zealand, First Labour and the Greens, that made the decision to get rid of the ban on oil and gas exploration in 2018. That, as a progressive decision as that was, this decision today is a shamefully regressive position. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are to have a future, the oil and gas industry must have no future. That is for the simple scientific fact that fossil fuels, oil, gas and coal, in their combustion produce carbon dioxide that heats the planet's atmosphere in a way that causes a destabilised climate and extreme weather events and sea level rise and all sorts of catastrophes that are an existential threat to life on this planet, not just for us, Mr. Speaker, but for all species that live on this planet. The government's misplaced assertion that somehow our pathway to energy security is to go searching for that oil and gas is so wrong-headed and archaic, it is laughable. You would have to laugh if it wasn't true that they're actually doing it. It's kind of extraordinary that here we are this many years later and they're bringing back oil and gas exploration after our nation was celebrated around the world for its vision. And what is more, it is so obvious now, as this government also wants to spend $200 million investing in supporting the bringing back of that oil and gas, which is a resuscitation of a zombie that will not come back to life. That money would be much better spent on renewable energy, clean energy, solar power and onshore wind are markedly lower cost than oil, gas and coal. And they give us greater energy security. The fuel source is free. There are 1 trillion terabytes of energy that hit the Earth every instant from a giant hydrogen nuclear reactor in the sky, and lo and behold, we have the means to capture that energy. Is this government investing in that instead of putting $200 million into gas? No, they're not. They like looking down into the hole in the ground for that unsustainable fuel. And just to clarify for the government's sake, the oil companies and corporations that quit New Zealand before the ban came into place, as I said, Petrobras quit on the 5th of December 2012. On the 2nd of June 2010, on the 6th of February 2010, Greenpeace began our Stop Seed Oil campaign. My former Al. On the 1st of November 2010, ExxonMobil abandoned its Southern Ocean oil and gas hunt. And they said Exxon has spent 3 years acquiring state-of-the-art seismic data in the basin, but its interpretation of that data indicates the acreage has a high technical risk increased by the remote location and harsh operating environment of the Great South Basin, and ExxonMobil left. Petrobras left on 5 December, 13th of May 2014. Anadarko, the massive Texan oil driller who brought their ship off to the west coast of the North Island, quit their permit on the 13th of March 2014. On the 14th of October 2016, Statoil, the Norwegian company, later to change their name to Equinol, quit their Northland permit. On the 16th of March 2018, Shell sold all its remaining assets to the only remaining oil major in this country, OMV. And the 11th of April was the oil and gas ban put into place. It was the final nail in the coffin of an industry that was already declaring its own demise in this country. Because they came, Mr. Speaker, they prospected, they found nothing, and they found nothing but overwhelming public opposition from the people of this country, and they decided they were better to be not here. That is why it is a futile effort on the part of this government to try and bring this industry back, because this industry knows full well that when this side of the House is back on that side of the House in 18 months' time, the ban on oil and gas is coming back into place. And what industry would be foolish enough to spend millions of dollars on trying to dig up oil and gas that isn't there when they know the ban's going to be put back into place? And what is more, the Green Party is committing to even revoking the permits issued by this government. On the 18th of June 2019, after the ban, Chevron and Equinor, formerly Statoil, quit their 15-year permits due to bad data. Bryn Clove from Equinor, New Zealand's country manager, said, "People will likely speculate that the decision to exit was driven by the change in government policy towards exploration. But he said the choice was simply driven by the data to date. The firm has bigger opportunities in an international portfolio that covers 30 countries and now also includes solar and wind." Even Statoil's investing in solar and wind, but not this backward government. That is the way forward, Mr. Speaker. And it's very clear from the assertions recently in the United Nations that the opportunity in the clean energy sector is huge. It is for us as a nation to seize that opportunity. There is no future in oil, gas and coal. There is a future in clean energy for all of us. And we will join and support any political progress towards community-owned, distributed, affordable, clean, renewable energy being developed. But oil, gas and coal, no way, not any day. That is not getting our support. And we will make sure it doesn't come back. Mr. Speaker, it was a real privilege to be part of that movement over those 7 years, and it showed the weight of deep concern that the people of this nation have for our future, have for our environment, have for our oceans, our coastlines, for the stability of our climate. We want to be part of the solution to that existential challenge. We do not want to see offshore oil drilling brought back and the pollution caused by gas and oil drilling, and the risk of catastrophic oil spills, as we've seen all around the world, and in the Gulf of Mexico where the Deepwater Horizon blew up. That is not the future we want for our country. We do not need this backward, retrograde, archaic attitude that the only way to make a living is to extract and destroy and exploit our nature and our planet. That is why this government will be a one-term government. And this issue that we are voting against today will be one of the issues on which New Zealanders go to the polling booth in 18 months' time and choose to kick them out because they want a future based on clean energy and sustainable treatment of this beautiful planet on which we live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Simon Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the end of an era, a really bad one. It marks the end of a 6-year reign of economic vandalism and energy illiteracy by the previous New Zealand Labor government. In 2018, Labor didn't consult the public. They didn't consult any experts. They didn't even take it to Cabinet until after the decision was taken. They simply stood at a podium, banned offshore oil and gas exploration, and then declared victory over climate change. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't leadership. That was Instagram environmentalism, and Kiwis saw right through it. Even the Honourable Shane Jones said at the time, bless his soul, ending oil and gas exploration is the only scenario. When he stood at that podium, I was shocked. But I'm pleased that Minister has come to his senses, but profoundly disappointed that the Labor Party still has not. They thought banning exploration would make emissions vanish. Instead, we burned more coal, we imported more fossil fuels, New Zealand's CO2 emissions went up. Their policy was so self-defeating, it would be humorous if it hadn't cost Kiwis an estimated $7 billion a hit to their households and businesses. Under Labor, energy security wasn't just ignored, it was sabotaged, Megan Woods. They turned their backs on natural gas and they pretended we could have a modern democracy running on, and a modern economy running on vibes and wind turbines. Turns out it's not true, is it? And when prices spiked, when industries like the smelter cried out for energy security of supply and blackouts hit the central North Island, they shrugged. They called it the energy transition. They said, embrace your future. Well, we in the Ag Party, in opposition, we called it a crisis because it was. And this bill now reverses that damage. It repeals Labor's exploration ban. And it also updates the Crown Minerals Act to promote the use of our natural resources for the benefits of all New Zealanders. And Mr. Steve Abel, I tell you how important that is for you and even people in the Green Party. It's those critical minerals that this bill will enable to be extracted and developed that power your solar panels, your satellites, your mobile phone, that keeps humans like all of us, even people in the Green Party, connected and on social media, on TikTok. It's not just good economic policy, Steve, it makes common sense. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to compare us to Australia. The Australian Labor government kept natural gas exploration and development going. Why? Because they understood what the New Zealand Labor Party failed to, that Australian natural gas powers businesses, homes, schools, hospitals, and actually it is the transition fuel towards a renewable, more sustainable way of generating energy. And they did it without collapsing their economy, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, the New Zealand Labor Party chose press releases over new pipelines. They thought leading the world meant leaving reality behind, Megan Woods. Let's also talk about sovereign risk, something Labor either didn't understand or didn't care about, which is worse. Their snap decisions shattered investor confidence. They created a regime with their changes to Crown Minerals Act, a regime of infinite trailing liability. That meant anyone Any person, any director who'd ever been responsible for holding a permit was indefinitely responsible. That's not regulation, it's a form of punishment, Mr. Speaker. It told the world, don't invest here in New Zealand. ACT has pushed for this reform because we believe sovereign risk is real. If businesses can't trust government policy to stay grounded, they simply won't invest. They'll take their capital and the jobs that delivers elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, this bill puts an end to all of that. It restores certainty, credibility and confidence, Mr. Abel, to our resources, our minerals and our oil and gas exploration sector. And it again opens the door not just to hydrocarbon investments, but to investments in critical minerals and natural resources development that's absolutely vital for not just for our economy, but for our community connection, our way of life. Let's be clear, this is not opening up a free-for-all. New Zealand demands very high environmental standards. But protecting the environment doesn't mean banning progress like the previous Labor government did. It means managing resources and the environment responsibly. This bill replaces ideology with evidence. Imagine that. It ends 6 years of economic damage from Labor's damaging economic policies. And it tells the world that New Zealand is once again open for investment in energy, investment in all parts of our economy, including resource development. And it also tells the world in New Zealand, again, we believe in common sense. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill.
A point of order, Honourable Megan Woods.
There was a point of order raised, so I'd just like to clarify for the House that I've had the Hansard checked on what I said. I did not say the government was willfully misleading New Zealanders. I said either the government from Luxon down doesn't understand or it is willfully misleading New Zealand when it talks about this.
Thank you for that clarification. Take the next call.
Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Wayland.
So I rise in this third reading of the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill we've got here at last, and this government is returning some sensible pragmatism back to our economy. This is not something that we do just on its own. This is one of a number of things that we do to improve our energy sector. We're also investing in super critical geothermal energy as a form of energy production. We're doing things in a way that will stabilise the sector. This is also about creating a new tier of gold and other mining and speculation, so a new tier 3 to allow smaller scale non-commercial gold operations, and I know that that'll be great for many people on the West Coast, and I am glad to see that we are getting some pragmatic decision making back into this economy, and I commend the bill to the House.
The next call is a split call.
Tēnā koe te pika.
Taka te Ferris.
Māku ngā kōrero mo te Pāti Māori mo tēnei pire. I spoke at the first reading, called it the old the truck and trailer. This one in the fast track. Quick access, no regard for anything te iwi Māori had to say about it. There were 80 odd hapu and iwi who opposed it back then. There's still 80 odd iwi that oppose it today. No regard to that given, none at all. You know, Te Pāti Māori, we're a whakapapa based movement. And so in all of our thinking, we think about, gee, what's the right decision I've got to make for my mokopuna? You know, my grandchild, my grandchild's grandchild. You know, way into the future. And unfortunately, we just see this short-sighted economic return imperative only action from this government. And that's got us pretty much nowhere. If you look around the world, team, there are some alarming things going on. And so whilst we come in here and we all jabber on about making money because that's what's going to fix everything, I'll conclude this kōrero by talking about some of the things that are really happening. And those things aren't going away, by the way. So, for our mokopuna, we've got to invest in the future of energy, not the past. Energy's future, not its history. I've mentioned Te Reo Waitangi a lot, and this bill, like all the other ones, gives it no consultation or consideration at all. In fact, it just steamrolls straight over the top of it and putting corporate libertarian interests in front of the founding interests of this parliament. Interesting. And, we just obviously can't and don't support that. So short-term profit, the long-term risks, which are known across the world now, ignoring them, well, that'll just be on your record, not ours. Ignoring hapu and iwi input, allowing the granting of permits where hapu and iwi don't even need to be consulted, not even if it's in Māori or on Māori land or in a dock reserve that they've got the tangata whenua, mana whenua rights to, all of this sort of carry on, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. And we've heard that, they buggered it up. They buggered it up in the beginning, and it turns out the drillers were going to have to pay more, so they pulled the handbrake on it, gave it another 8 months. Pity they didn't give any other bills 8 months, like the regulatory standards bill. No, only gave that one 4 months. Couldn't give the Māori wards 8 months. No, only gave that one 4 weeks. Couldn't give pay equity 8 months. No, they only got a day. And so here we are. And, so they turn around to fix their mistake, right? Fix the mistake, and now they're going to invest all of the power into the resource minister and the finance minister to decide who pays to clean up the mess when it arrives. Because unfortunately, as many iwi and hapu have had to live through around our country, we're the ones who are lumped with the bill. Except we don't get any money, we just got to go and do the work to clean it up. Go and ask what whakatohea did through Rena. And so, all of these things are just consistent, roll on, keep going, just rolls on. But like Mr. Abel said, and I think Mr. Jones already experienced a dip in investor confidence around all of these things, because they know, just like all of them pulled out, all of the ones who are considering drill, they're thinking, oh, well, how's that going to go? Well, I can tell you how it's going to go. All of the iwi and the hapu and the marae around this country will be in their face so much that they won't make $1, ever. So good on them. So what I wanted to talk about is the impacts of all of this stuff. The impacts of not investing in the future of energy are plain to see for New Zealand. I spoke about the oceanic heat wave we experienced last summer. Hottest ocean ever recorded, team. 24.5 Celsius in the Southern Ocean. Right now, there is an ongoing algae bloom disaster in South Australia. It's been going on for about 8 months. Everyone thought it would cool off by the winter because that's how algae blooms tend to go. But no, this one's charging on straight through the middle of winter. Here's the other side of that. The Northern Hemisphere are currently in their most extreme oceanic heat wave ever experienced also. So by the time the Earth tilts back to the southern pole and our ocean heats up, I predict that we'll have the hottest ocean on record. You know why? There was a blue marlin caught in Waiho Bay in the middle of winter in New Zealand, 2025. If you needed any more evidence, I don't know how much more you could be given. But what that means for us at Te Iwi, kinas, pawas, crayfish, kuku, tuangi, pipi, the lot are on the chopping block. Kia ora tātou. We don't support the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Scott Willis.
Mr. Speaker, the government's Crown Minerals Amendment Bill proposes reopening New Zealand's territorial waters to oil and gas exploration. As my colleague Steve Abel has said, we strongly oppose in no uncertain terms this legislation. But we're also saddened by the tragic climate denialism that has taken root at the heart of this government. Climate denialism is simply tragic. The British environmentalist Sir Jonathan Porritt, who chaired New Zealand's sustainability panel when Christopher Luxon was CEO, and also worked with the Prime Minister when he was a soap salesman at Unilever, has called out the hypocrisy. We have a Prime Minister who speaks out of both sides of his mouth. Mr. Speaker, the world is watching our own mini-Trump, who wears a MAGA hat at select committee meetings, embarrass us on the national stage. There is no future in fossil fuels. The International Energy Agency has predicted demand for oil will peak well before 2030. A 2023 report by Shell projects fossil fuel use dropping rapidly in coming decades, while BP says oil demand for combustion has already peaked. But the progression from prospecting new oil and gas wells to exploration and mining takes decades. This bill just doesn't add up, even if you're a climate change denier. It's the fevered hope from fevered minds to establish some sort of neo-medievalist future where the power of the state to govern legitimately is limited and non-state actors, such as the fossil fuel criminals, see their power increased so they can run roughshod over our communities in their greed. The IEA, the International Energy Agency, stated, "We don't need any more fossil fuel exploration or development because there are plenty of projects already in place." Unfortunately, and new research agrees, saying governments around the world should stop now, stop issuing new oil and gas and coal licenses, because we want a livable planet, not a planet on fire. But this government is also weakening the law that requires oil and gas permit holders to pay for the decommissioning and clean-up of wells. So in 2021, taxpayers had to pick up a $400 million bill for decommissioning the Tui oil field after the collapse of the company. It is simply astonishing that this government thinks it can get away with weakening the law that requires oil and gas permits to pay for the decommissioning and clean-up of wells. This weakening these laws opens the risk to all of us to pay for the clean-up. The government may be weakening the laws to try to attract drilling interest, but big oil and gas is rightly hesitant about investment because they know that the downward long-term trend is, and they know that in 2026 there'll be a Green government that'll kick them out. Our fossil gas fields have been yielding less than forecast. We can use the dwindling gas supply with the new renewables we're going to build to smooth the energy transition, to build increased capacity, to ensure that we have hydro and chemical storage for our dry winters. But the problem we see is that this government doesn't know where the hell it's heading because it wants to kill off even offshore wind by allowing Trans-Tasman Resources to dig in the seabed in the same place. We can move away, and we should move away from the fossil fuel disaster that this government wants. We need to invest in the energy transition, decarbonisation of industrial heat, subsidising low-emitting vehicles, charging high emitters, better public transport, bike lanes, increased EV charging and urban mining. That's the recycling of batteries and other technology that is currently filling our rubbish dumps. I could loan members opposite a couple of books.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this third debate of the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill in this third reading. This debate has been full of insults, very little of pragmatic, common sense approach. In 2018, New Zealand banned the exploration of oil and gas. Now, if we look at the MBIE's data on the amount of coal that led to us importing, so in 2017, we imported 466,000 tonnes of coal. 2019, a year after the ban was in place, that was over 1 million tonnes of coal that we then imported. 2021, 1.8 million tonnes of coal. Of course, the opposition saying has nothing to do with the ban. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, if we substitute 1 energy source, we need to use another. This debate isn't about gases versus renewables. We can do both. Gas is a very useful transitional fuel. It is about gas versus coal, and every tonne of coal we burn produces between 2 to 2.5 times more carbon dioxide that the opposition is busy screaming about. So therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Deborah Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the best word, the least offensive word to describe the government's position on this bill is as, well, disingenuous. It's disingenuous at best. Let me talk that through a little, and I regard it as disingenuous not just because of the way they've gone about changing the rules around exploration, but because of some of the lobbying and the kowtowing to the oil and gas industry that has gone on. And I want to refer in particular to the amendment paper that was introduced into this House at 5 p.m. on Monday. So the bill had gone through the Committee of the Whole House stage, and then it had sat and sat and sat, waiting for its third reading. Then all of a sudden, on Monday evening this week, an amendment paper was introduced. By Tuesday, we were debating it, and now it is going through its third reading this afternoon. And given that the government looks likely to vote for it, it is going to pass into law. But here's what is so worrying about this. There's been a discussion around trailing liability. Now, in the bill, the idea was that, around trailing liability, is that when an oil field is decommissioned, if the current owner, in whatever form, doesn't clean up properly, then the liability can shift back to the previous owner. And if the previous owner doesn't clean it up properly, then it can shift back to the previous owner, and so on, back down the line. What it means is that when an oil and gas company exits from an exploration field or exits from a field that it's been using, it has to ensure that the entity it sells the field to is responsible. And there's good reason for us to be worried about this. The New Zealand government had to shell out, I think it was an extraordinary sum, about 367 million, maybe it was 349 million dollars, to clean up the tamarind mess that was left behind after the previous owners of a field weren't responsible enough when they sold it onto Tamarind, after Tamarind exited and left a mess to be cleaned up by the New Zealand taxpayer. Unsurprisingly, the oil and gas industry didn't like this. Now, and sitting in a supplementary analysis report that was introduced to this House at 5 p.m. on Monday, when the amendment paper came in, there are these words from the officials. The sector, meaning the oil and gas sector, has been clear that their preference is for no trailing liability in the Crown Minerals Act. They consider it adds significant costs and reduces the likelihood new entrants will come into the New Zealand market. Well, no kidding, that's exactly the point. And then, despite this position, and this is the really stinky bit, in terms of imposing liabilities or in terms of remitting, absolving companies from liabilities, these industry participants said that they really didn't like the current act and approach in the bill, and they preferred ministerial discretion. They preferred to be able to go and lobby a minister so that they could get away with not paying the clean-up costs from the oil fields that they were using. We asked the minister repeatedly who he had consulted in terms of actually putting this into law. And it says that MB had consulted with key stakeholders in New Zealand's oil and gas sector. and that meetings with key stakeholders had taken place from January 2025, and that a consultation draft of the amendment paper was shared in confidence in May and June, and that feedback received was incorporated to improve the workability of the drafting. So we asked the Minister repeatedly, who did he consult with? Who did his officials consult with? And he wouldn't tell us. Wouldn't be upfront and open about who was asking for this sort of setup in the bill. So we went back through the submissions. Here's one. We recommend removing clauses related to trailing liabilities. Who's that from? The Business New Zealand Energy Council. Here's another. We do not support trailing and perpetual liability on former permit and licence holders. We reiterate that trailing liability and perpetual liability of former permit holders is an extreme derogation from the general New Zealand statutory approach to principles of corporate liability and so on. Who's that from? Well, that one's from OMV. Here's another one. Let me see, here's another one. This one here, it says, as I am sure, due to pressure from shareholders, banks and other financial institutions, due to pressure from shareholders, banks and other financial institutions are reluctant to fund developments for new petroleum projects. Well, that's a good thing, let alone take the risk of providing financial securities in operations such as decommissioning. People who didn't like the bill it was written. Who was that one from? Well, it's from Greymouth Petroleum. Here's another one. And it says, in terms, says that trailing liability is redundant with appropriate financial security arrangements. And in fact, it says in terms of updating the decommissioning provisions, the original amendments to the Act to ensure permit and licence holders undertake and fund decommissioning were a dramatic overreaction. That's what it was. It was a dramatic overreaction, the rules that we had put in place, to the New Zealand taxpayers having to fork out to pay for those polluters to clean up. So they feel as though that there should not be trailing liability, says there is an unequal burden on permit holders and it continues to dampen the desire to invest in new exploration. And what is that little gem coming from? Well, that gem is coming from Energy Resources Aotearoa. And on it goes. Of course the oil and gas industry do not want to pay to clean up their mess. Of course they don't want to do that. Instead, they want New Zealand taxpayers to pay to clean up their mess. You know, in those submissions, those submitters talk about property rights, but they do not talk about the rights of New Zealand taxpayers to live in a pollution-free environment. They do not talk about the rights of New Zealand taxpayers to not have to pay for messes created by other people. Somehow those rights don't matter. Instead, what those people want, what these industries want, is the ability to lobby the minister. They want ministerial discretion so that they can continue on their polluting ways. What they refuse to admit is that the industry that they are engaged in is a dying industry. The world is faced with an extraordinary climate challenge and a world where we actually need to stop using fossil fuels. It's not just use a bit of them here and there and get away with it. We actually need to stop using them. And there are ample alternatives available. That is the world we need to move to. That government talks about the jobs and the economic opportunity afforded by the oil and gas industry. But what about the green jobs? What about the opportunities afforded by a response to climate change that involves itself in promoting renewable energy? What about the jobs that could be created by promoting solar energy throughout this country? What about the jobs that could come into play through using wind farms? What about the jobs that could come into play by ensuring that we have a clean, green economy? Those are good jobs too. Those are jobs that promote growth too, and what's more, it is jobs that promote sustainable growth, not the kind of growth that results in a climate that our children and our children's children cannot live in. So, the words from that government, they're words of commitment around climate change. They are words saying that they care for New Zealand. As I said, disingenuous at best.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, you didn't hear the previous speaker once mention her home province of Taranaki, and I suspect she's lost the keys to Whangamongama. Back in 2018, New Plymouth Mayor Neil Holdham described Labour's oil and gas exploration ban as a kick in the guts for Taranaki. Last year, he called for Labour to support oil and gas exploration, both onshore and offshore, describing Labour's ban as a complete hospital pass and hugely costly. There is still time, Madam Speaker, for the opposition to support New Zealand's leading energy province and Taranaki's leading civic leader, and I call on them to vote in support of this third reading. Thank you.
I call on Rachel Boyack.
Speaker. Much has been said from the other side of the House throughout the debate this afternoon about the word pragmatism. I think much might be, apart from the Minister at the very beginning, much might be a little bit generous about what has been said from the other side, Madam Speaker. But many of the speeches have referenced the word pragmatism. And so I want to talk, Madam Speaker, about the importance of pragmatism. And where I want to start is about the role that this industry actually plays in New Zealand today, and the fact that it is a dying sunset industry. And that is what the facts actually lay out, Madam Speaker. For the government to be repealing the ban on oil and gas exploration and to also be co-investing in exploration is the opposite of pragmatism. When you consider that between 2020 and 2024, nearly $1.3 billion was spent on new wells in New Zealand and did not lead to any significant commercial find, this is an industry that is not actually worth continued investment in from our government, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it speaks to the rhetoric and the messages that come from the National Party, that come from the New Zealand First Party, that come from the ACT Party, that actually choose to not take the existential threat that is climate change seriously. And Madam Speaker, it is actually a disgrace on this Parliament that after many years of what was cross-party commitments to climate change initiatives to actually ensure that the people of this country and the people of the world have a future without the type of climate events that we see, without the impact on communities that we are seeing through weather events, Madam Speaker, are so willing to undo one of the key pieces of law that the previous government, with the support of New Zealand First, put in place. And that was a pragmatic decision because it didn't go as far as our friends the Greens would have liked, because it only banned new permits. It did allow those ones to be phased out, so I acknowledge that. But it was a phasing out. It was a phasing out to ensure that the message was sent to the market very, very clearly that we want to see investment into renewable energy sources, because that is the future in this nation. And Madam Speaker, I also want to make some comments in support of Dr. Deborah Russell's comments around the process that has been followed. The fact that there has been a hidden process that hasn't gone through the select committee should put everyone watching this debate on notice that if people want to get the ear of the minister to get a change through the committee of the whole without the scrutiny of select committee, that they can do that. And that is unacceptable, Madam Speaker, especially on an issue of such importance to the future of not only our nation but of others. And Madam Speaker, we think about our friends in the Pacific who are facing real threats from things like rising sea levels, climate change events. In my own community of Nelson, that is seeing repeated weather events absolutely hammer our region, costing us money, significant amount of money. We need to take the impact of climate change seriously. And that does mean governments making tough decisions. Tough but pragmatic decisions. This was a shocking process. We still haven't actually heard from the Minister exactly who asked for the changes that he made, one of which is around putting the burden of cleaning up messes left by this industry back onto taxpayers. And ultimately, the national government needs to accept that if they fail to meet our Paris climate change agreements, it will ultimately cost New Zealand more. And where will that burden lie? It will lie on the burden of ordinary taxpayers. That is where the burden will lie. That's right. And so to see them put their head in the sand and become a climate change denier, it is a disgrace to the work of Todd Muller. He would be appalled at what is happening here in this House today, Madam Speaker. And I do not commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
I call on Nancy Liu for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, natural gas is critical to New Zealand's energy security because gas keeps electricity supply and prices stable for all New Zealanders. This is what the bill will allow once it's passed. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I support and commend this bill to the House. Madam Speaker.
I call on Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin my contribution with a quote. The long-term picture is this: the world is changing, climate change is happening, and with that change, our planet and our economies are changing. The world is racing to adapt and to stop its most damaging effects. This means that the same old ways of doing things don't work anymore. We cannot expect to rely on fossil fuels for our jobs and prosperity forever. The world is moving away from them, and we as a country have to be ready. If we don't change, if we keep relying on these fuels, we're going to be left behind, unquote. And those are the words with which, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Dr. Megan Woods began her contribution to the Crown Minerals Petroleum Amendment Bill that banned new oil and gas explorations. And I do want to acknowledge Megan Woods for the work that she did to lead long-term, well, it was meant to be long-term till this government came along, managed transition towards homegrown clean energy that will create jobs. And sadly, Madam Speaker, what we're doing in the House today, thanks to this government, is taking New Zealand backwards, because they're reversing that, they're repealing that, and it's pretty sad, really. I also want to make mention of the significant 11th hour change made by this government. It seems to be typical of the way that they shepherd through very quickly with hardly any input or not allowing input from New Zealanders. At one point, Madam Speaker, New Zealand's Parliament was lauded to be one of the most transparent and inclusive and democratic because people were allowed to have a say, but not under this government anymore, because significant pieces of legislation are being shepherded through quickly, being tabled at the last minute in this Parliament so that hardly anyone gets to even see what they are trying to do, and then it's quickly passed through with just pandering to the multinationals. And again, we've seen that with this bill, Madam Speaker. This is just a government that is pandering to big oil and gas companies, certainly not putting New Zealanders first, because they're really just selling New Zealand's interests to the highest bidders, and that's what they're doing. And I want to also point to the change that was shepherded through so quickly. As my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell, has pointed out, the risks of government involvement in fossil fuel ventures were underscored by the decommissioning of the Tui oil field, which left taxpayers with a $349 million bill after the company behind it collapsed. Now, Labour and government fixed that. We changed the law to stop that from happening, But now, of course, this government, in their late amendment to the Crown Minerals Bill, has moved to change the liability rules so that the government cannot be held responsible for future cleanup costs when oil and gas operators exit the market. I also want to point to the $200 million budget amount that they've put aside in the budget for big oil and gas companies, which even the advice that they've received, I understand, show that that there's a higher, this is actually, I'm actually quoting it from an article, Madam Speaker, that goes on to say and talk about the risks of failure inherent in exploring mature fields. That's what this government's bringing back. And that's why we, on this side of the House, say that this is incredibly short-sighted. It is legislation that's brought through just based on the pure ideology of the parties that are in government at the moment. I also want to make the point, Madam Speaker, that there's a bit of a pattern here when it comes to 11th hour significant changes made after a select committee has considered a bill. And I want to point to the Tikapa Moana Haraki Gulf Marine Protection Bill, because this is pretty much the same pattern that we're seeing from this government again. So that was a bill that was recommended by the Environment Select Committee from memory last year. It was introduced by Labour in government. It was the culmination of 10 years of stakeholders coming together in the environment space to increase protections to the Haraki Gulf, an issue that is of great significance to New Zealand, but particularly to Aucklanders as well. Huge amount of work that went on. The Environment Select Committee recommended unanimously that the bill be passed without any substantial change. In the 11th hour, because of the lobbying from the industry, Minister Jones has decided to bring in amendments that will water down the protections to the Gulf. We're seeing the same thing happen here with this legislation as well, Madam Speaker. So I do want to point out that this is just not just a one-off. It's not just one example of the coalition of chaos. There are multiple examples. This is just one in a pattern of that. I also want to emphasize something that other speakers on this side of the House have pointed out in their contribution, that this does absolutely nothing for energy security, but it poses a threat to New Zealand, a significant threat. I want to also counter points made by members opposite. They've sort of got up and read their scripts and said that ending oil and gas in 2018, that there was a chilling effect, I think they said, on investments. And I think Megan Woods has pointed out very clearly that that's actually blatantly untrue, that there was record investment in existing fields even since the ban was announced because of oil and gas companies milking what they can from mature fields. So the arguments that members across the House have put forward aren't even accurate. They're literally just reading scripts that they've been given, which is highly disappointing, frankly, because it is meant to be a debate. Instead of just heckling, maybe stand up and say something of substance for a while, for a change. Two more points that I'd like to make, Madam Speaker, before I end my contribution. One, this is yet another step that this government is taking to destroy our environment. Again, one in a pattern of steps. They've done absolutely nothing when it comes to protecting Te Taiao, the environment. All they've done, Madam Speaker, is to destroy it. And this is yet another step, and I'll tell you why. 30% of the Maui dolphins' marine habitat is currently was open for oil exploration, and the offshore ban that we put in place would have stopped that, Madam Speaker. And I want to quote from an article here that basically says the offshore ban will have positive outcomes for endangered marine life. 30% of Maui dolphins' marine habitat was open for oil exploration, and the offshore ban will change this. Seismic blasting for oil can have both physical and behavioral impacts on marine environments. The ban will help to mitigate this also. So brilliant. Yet another step that this government's taking to destroy our environment. Not to mention, of course, our obligations under the Paris Agreement, and that was also one of the reasons why the Labour government decided to ban new oil and gas at the time. The final point that I will underscore is the fact that we have obligations in our trade agreements, particularly with the European Union and the United Kingdom. Advice that has been given to this government that they, I think, meant to redact but couldn't even do that, shows that the step that they're taking here is inconsistent with those trade agreements as well. So not only are they ruining New Zealand's future, selling it to the highest bidder, ruining our reputation internationally, everything they're doing, Madam Speaker, is pretty pathetic, and I don't commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker,
I call on Dr. Carlos Chung.
this bill ensures we have the right setting to address energy security and keep price affordable. Without natural gas, either we're facing energy shortage or will we actually risk relying more on coal, which result in higher carbon emission and causing more damage to our environment. So this legislation provides a stable transition to renewable. I commend this bill to the House.
Very good. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Thank you. The ayes are 68, the noes are 59. Correction, the noes are 54. The ayes have it.
Crown Minerals Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Orders of the Day number 2.
Public Service Amendment Bill, first reading.
I call on the Minister, the Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Public Service Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. I call on the Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Public Service Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 1 December 2025. This bill marks an important step forward for our public service as it strives to get back to basics and deliver value for money to taxpayers. The changes in the bill are about sharpening focus, clarifying responsibilities and lifting performance, all of which will better equip the public service for the challenges it faces both today and in the future. One way it does this is by refocusing the statutory purpose of the public service to get it back to basics, delivering services and outcomes for taxpayers while supporting constitutional and democratic government. Political neutrality, serving the government of the day and providing free and frank advice are enduring principles of our public service and our democracy. This government is unreservedly committed to these imperatives and they are retained unchanged. But the bill will give a clear reaffirmation of the role and responsibilities of public service chief executives and an increased focus on performance. Chief executives are entrusted with significant taxpayer funding and have a critical leadership role in delivering the priorities of the government of the day. This bill provides greater clarity around those responsibilities to ensure they are better understood, better structured and better aligned to the core purpose of the public service. A high-performing public service starts with people, and the way we appoint public service leaders matters. This bill reaffirms the long-standing public service principle of merit-based appointments and strengthens appointment processes. This means selecting the best person for the job, not the most familiar name, not the candidate of least resistance, but the person with the right skills, the right experience, and the right leadership qualities to deliver results. Strengthening the Public Service Act in this regard is particularly important given the recent public service census found 30% of public servants surveyed were not confident that appointments in their organisation are being made on merit. It's simply not good enough. To support this, public service chief executives will no longer be automatically reappointed when their term is up. All future reappointments will be subject to a contestable process. This important change will ensure the government of the day can draw on the widest possible pool of talent and get the right person for the job. The bill will also reintroduce key positions, allowing the Public Service Commissioner and other system leaders to be involved in the appointment and performance management of key back office positions, such as finance or digital leadership. This will ensure that we have the right people leading key functions across the public service to drive better performance overall. The government, on behalf of New Zealanders, also has a legitimate interest in how the Commissioner is driving performance across the public service. This bill will strengthen the provisions around chief executive and agency performance management, requiring input from appropriate ministers when the Commissioner is setting and reviewing performance expectations and key performance indicators. This will increase the robustness of the process and drive confidence and transparency for ministers and for the public. The bill also removes unnecessary duplication in chief executives' responsibilities. It removes specific provisions relating to diversity, equity and inclusion from the Act. Why? Because most of these objectives are substantially provided for explicitly and implicitly under other laws, including the Human Rights Act, the Employment Relations Act, the Equal Pay Act and the Good Employer obligations already embedded in the Public Service Act. I also consider these objectives are somewhat more appropriately addressed through the Government of the Day's Workforce Policy Statement. The emphasis of the Act itself should be on an unbiased, merit-based appointment process. Let me be clear, removing these provisions does not remove our commitment to fair and proper treatment of all public service employees, which public service agencies will still be required to uphold in their employment policies and practices, as they should. Public service must serve with integrity and maintain the trust and confidence of the public. We must have zero tolerance for inappropriate behaviour and wrongdoing. This bill will require agencies to report to the Public Service Commissioner annually on public service misconduct. Increased oversight and transparency will give New Zealanders confidence that the public service is upholding the high standards expected of them. We also find ourselves in an environment of heightened strategic competition and risk, and the public service must be better prepared to manage this. While the Act will still allow the public service to adopt new technologies, products and services, this bill will empower the Public Service Commissioner to protect the public service from malicious or disruptive actors by restricting access to certain products, services or vendors. Innovation, technological adoption and service improvement must not come at the cost of New Zealand's national security. This bill is about restoring purpose, discipline and professionalism to the public service. Public service is funded by taxpayers to deliver the services needed for a well-functioning society, and it should always remember that. This bill restores that clarity of purpose while preserving the public service's constitutional role as a politically neutral and professional institution. It supports public chief executives with clearer mandates. It ensures leadership roles are filled competitively and on merit. It refocuses the public service on delivering results, not processes. And it puts the needs of taxpayers, as the people who fund and rely on these services, front and centre. And these reforms will not hinder the public service's ability to give free and frank advice or to operate impartially. In fact, by sharpening its focus, it will enhance these fundamental principles. The government believes in a strong public service. Public service is confident and capable of delivering. Public service understands its role not as a passive bureaucracy, but as an active partner in implementing the policies of the elected government and delivering better services and outcomes for all New Zealanders. This bill delivers necessary practical changes. It does not rewrite the foundations of our public service, it reinforces them. It is focused, deliberate and aligned with the expectations of the government and the hard-working taxpayers of New Zealand. With these reforms, we will have a public service as clearer in its role, stronger in its leadership and better focused on its core mission to serve taxpayers with efficiency, professionalism, accountability and integrity. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call on Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I wish I could say it was a pleasure to be talking on this bill, but unfortunately, the government has once again put a bill before this House which takes New Zealand backwards. And this is very disappointing and a missed opportunity, I think, from the Minister to build on the incredible work that our public service has done for the last 110 years, of which on all of those years they have been focused on engaging people on the basis of merit, and there has been little to no evidence produced apart from a public service census which the Minister was heavily involved in drafting, that there has been any challenge to the fact that people are appointed on merit in the public service. So we do not accept that these changes will achieve the goals that the Minister has set out, goals that many of which are goals that we can agree with in terms of making sure we have an efficient public service, in terms of making sure that the public service is leading on productivity. These are the things that the Minister came to our Select Committee and made public statements about this bill bringing into place. Unfortunately, what we see is the reduction of rights for people in relation to two key areas that I want to make sure I mention in this short 5-minute call. The first thing is the removal of the requirement for chief executives to work on pay equity and make sure that they get rid of gender bias between male and female employees. Now, the Minister says this is something that could be more better placed within the workforce policy statements. But when you read the Act, Madam Speaker, you see that the matters to be included have specifically withdrawn pay equity from the workforce policy statement. So that, unfortunately, just does not stack up. This is another bill which is walking back New Zealand's commitment, and in the public service it has been since 1960, towards leading pay equity and gender fairness within New Zealand. And it is shocking and I think a terrible thing to include within a bill that could have been an opportunity to really move the public service forward. We don't object to looking at this bill. It's been 5 years since it's been put in place. There could have been things that we could have worked together on, but taking New Zealand backwards from its position, especially in the public service, as a leader on pay equity is just shocking. And it doesn't end there, Madam Speaker. There is also a move backwards in relation to making sure that the public service reflects our society. Now, I don't know why this is a controversial statement, Madam Speaker. Of course we should have a public service that reflects the society that we're a part of. And yes, it is possible to have that and employ people on the basis of merit. And that is exactly what our public service has been doing for the last 110 years. Putting this in this bill is simply virtue signalling towards those who think that diversity inclusion is something bad and takes New Zealand backwards. Well, that's the opposite is true, Madam Speaker. Having a diverse workforce takes the public service forwards. And the last main criticism that I want to make sure that I cover in my contribution today is the fact that some of these provisions in this Act unfortunately move, in my view, away from what has been a bipartisan agreed position on the neutrality of the public service. And I want to mention two examples of that. That is the fact that now there will be an incentive for when chief executives in the public service are employed to make sure that they are fitting very, very clearly with the policies and the politics of the government of the day. Now, of course, they have to deliver for the government of the day. Of course, that is the job of a neutral public service. But what this will do is it will mean that chief executives who are doing a good job, who are delivering, who may have worked for successive governments, now have a direct incentive to make sure that their politics and policies match those of the Minister. I hope that's something that we can improve in Select Committee, because I don't think it's the interest of anyone in this House to see that moving that way. Also, another point to that concern around the politicisation of the public service, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the people who are employed in PAG, in the parliamentary office that advises the Prime Minister, will now be put on fixed-term appointments. These are senior public servants. They do an excellent job. They are seconded in there because of their expertise. They are non-political. They work in a bipartisan manner. Putting them on fixed-term contracts essentially means that they will be more towards serving the government of the day rather than providing the Prime Minister of the day, whoever that is, with the free and frank advice that they deserve. This is a huge concern for us, and I hope that it is also something that can be changed within this bill to make sure that the standards of a free public service that provides free and frank advice are upheld.
Madam Speaker.
I call on Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with pleasure that I rise to oppose this bill. This is yet another bill that takes us backwards. This is yet another bill that's a pointless distraction. This is yet another bill that fails to accomplish the objectives that the minister has set out for it. Now, what are they trying to distract us from? No wonder they have a distraction bills like this. Because if you open your eyes, you'll know that things are getting worse out here in Aotearoa. Unemployment is the highest it's ever been. Unemployment is the highest it's ever been. Homelessness is skyrocketing, and the jobs and opportunities are fleeing to Australia. So this bill is a distraction. It's a culture war nonsense that seeks to blame the ills of modern society on the so-called DEI policies. Now, it's pointless because as we have questioned the minister during the hearing process in the Governance and Administration Committee, when we asked her specifically if there had been evidence that the public service was not hiring on merit, she said that there was no evidence. No evidence that the public service wasn't hiring on a merit basis. Now, the minister talks about the benefits of this bill and how it's going to create a high-performing public service. Unfortunately, none of the advice or the analysis that she's brought to the table actually stacks up with that. If you actually read the regulatory impact statements, it says that the costs of the bill are low, but they're definite. But it says that the benefits of it are uncertain. Now, why are we wasting time debating and putting forward a bill to this House when the minister's own advisors aren't even sure it will actually do anything? It just seems like a pointless waste of time, virtue signaling, if you will. But what are the costs of it? Now, the costs of it are very real, and some of them have already been articulated by the previous member, Camilla Bellich. We do know that this will weaken the existing frameworks for pay equity. We do know that this will potentially lead to a less representative public service, one that's supposed to actually reflect the communities that it's supposed to serve. And this is something that the government doesn't actually theoretically have a problem with. I mean, in their announcement for the Waikato Medical School, one of the things that they trumpeted in the media release and in the announcement was that how it would lead to a more diverse workplace. So again, they don't really have a principle-based objection to the idea of diversity, equity, or inclusion. There's just sort of pick and choose. Another concerning aspect of this bill is how it demotes and weakens the provisions and requirement for the public service to operate in a spirit of service to the public. Now, that is concerning because what is the public service for if not for the spirit of service? This bill, and that is something that the previous member already articulated as well, although she probably wouldn't put it in these terms, this bill puts New Zealand on a pathway towards an American-style politicized public service where every administration, there's a lot of churn in the public sector across the different terms of government. And look, this is a government that does love the Americans. They've just invited the American government to set up our FBI outpost here. So this is a government that is increasingly skewing us towards becoming a vassal state of the Americas. So why not copy their policies in the first place? If they're setting up colonial outposts here, FBI outposts here, let's bring them here. Now let's talk about, yeah. I hope I'm bulletproof. I hope I'm bulletproof. You know what those Yankees do to countries that don't obey them. It talks about high-performing public services, but how do you actually get high-performing public services? Well, everything this government has done has been antithetical to the goal of high-performing public service. They've sacked 10,000 jobs from the public service. They've gone through hundreds and hundreds of redundancy processes. That's not how you get a high-performing services. The changes that they've made, the slash and burn cuts that they've imposed on the public service have led to doctors doing admin and cleaning jobs in the hospital instead of doing valuable mahi serving their communities. It's led to an explosion of meth in our streets as the custom agencies and border agencies fell, and it's led to the Statistics New Zealand repeatedly delaying statistical releases. We won't get better public services with this government. Thank you.
Speaker.
I call on Honourable David Seymour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just for the people watching at home, that last speech is what can happen if you don't prepare before giving a speech. You end up standing up and giving a grab bag of things that you've recently read on Twitter. Now, there's some people who want to ban social media for under 16s. I think it'd be good to ban it for that member so he could focus on delivering on his actual speech. Now, Madam Speaker, I wanted to take a call on this bill because I think it is so important. And the previous iteration of bringing together this government, the ACT Party negotiated that the government would amend the Public Service Act 2020 to clarify the role of the public service to drive performance and to assure accountability to deliver on the agenda of the government of the day. And there'll be people out there who would think, isn't that what the public service is supposed to do? Shouldn't the law say that if you work in a government department, your job is to serve the people that the public elected to run the government and have people put in jobs to do that because they're the best person to do it? There'd be a lot of people who would be surprised that this was even necessary until they heard the speeches from the opposition, who seem to think that this is some terrible catastrophe. We even heard the Green members say that the bill requires the public service to serve the public, and, quote, that's a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, to understand what has gone wrong here, the previous government in the 2020 Public Service Act decided that instead of serving the elected government of the day to deliver quality services efficiently and affordably for the taxpayer so you can get your healthcare and get your education and get your infrastructure, they decided that actually the public service would be a vehicle for a whole lot of other internal political projects. And there's some people out there who call that DEI. In other words, they decided that the identity politics of the government was more important than serving the elected government and delivering the services that taxpayers paid for. And that's why I'm proud to be standing for a bill that is going to make those very obvious things that people probably thought that government departments were already supposed to do, to actually put them into the law. And it's also the solution to a riddle, a considerable riddle. You see, Madam Speaker, over the 6 years of the previous government, they managed to take government spending from $86 billion a year up to $138 billion a year. They managed to spend an extra $60 billion, almost an 80% increase in government spending. They took the number of people in the public service from 47,000 up to over 60,000. And if you went back and asked an ardent left-wing voter back in the days of 2017, if we were to increase spending by 60%, and increase the size of the public service by another 15,000 people, increase the public service by about a third, would that solve all the problems? Would that get rid of poverty? Would that put people in houses? Would that get the infrastructure built? I mean, surely for another 60 billion we could solve all the problems. And the amazing thing is they spent all that money and actually they didn't solve all the problems. In fact, many of them, whether it's school attendance, whether it's the state of infrastructure, whether it's the state of the healthcare system, they actually managed to spend more money and make things worse. And part of the reason for that is revealed in the need for this legislation, that we had a Labor government, predominantly, with some outriggers, who decided that using the public service as a vehicle for identity politics mattered more than delivering for the people who paid the bill and paid their taxes by serving the elected government of the day. And so today, with this legislation, we bring the answer to the riddle. It is part of a movement that I believe is spreading around the world, that people are just sick and tired of being told that what happens in your life was determined long before you were born, that you're either a victim or a villain written in a script that you have no control over. Instead, the tide that is coming in right around the world is the simple idea that each of us are deserving of equal dignity, to use our time on earth to make the most positive difference that we possibly can for ourselves, those we care about immediately around us, and our wider community. And this bill is just a little part of that movement to hire on merit, to deliver for the democratically elected government of the day, so that people can choose to use their time on earth to flourish in their own self-chosen way. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The member's time is over. I call on Andy Foster.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise to speak to this bill. Under Labor, the core public service grew by some 34%, from 48,000 to over 63,000, costing about $6.1 billion a year in salaries alone. And I think most New Zealanders would say that services went backwards as a result of that. This bill is about ensuring, amongst other things, it's about driving improvements in the public sector performance, about reducing silos, about increasing transparency, and about reinforcing political neutrality and professionalism, which is quite the opposite of what the Green Party was saying. Can we be very, very clear that most of our public servants, in fact, I think all of our public servants, they get up in the morning to do a great job. The title of public servant, Madam Speaker, should be one of the most honourable that there is. They're being able to get up in the morning and go and serve the public of this great country. And the officials that we see here serve this country really, really well. They provide us with great advice, great knowledge, and they work very, very hard. The staff who look after us here, likewise, but they're often let down by the system. At Governance and Administration Committee recently, it was a breath of fresh air to have the Minister, Judith Collins, the Honourable Judith Collins, come in with Commissioner Sir Brian Roach and talk about a culture that they wanted, a culture that is creative, courageous and customer focused. And because I've been asked to keep it short, I'm going to truncate some of those bits there. But what I would say is that this bill is about delivering that kind of aspiration. And so I want to focus on one specific thing, and it is DEI. It is DEI, Madam Speaker. The Public Service run a survey every so often, and in 2024 the Public Service survey had extraordinary feedback. 44,737 core public servants responded. That is 68.5% of all our public servants. That is up from 63.1% in 2021. And there were some great numbers in there. 80% believe they deliver value for taxpayer money. 87% believe they contribute to better outcomes. 90% care about their agency's use of taxpayer money. And 96% say it is important that their work contributes to the common good. However, the system so often gets in the way. And in this survey, and Radio New Zealand reported this, and they're not usually on the side of the government, reported that earlier this month, public servants say poor staffing is their biggest barrier to performance. And just 44% are confident that their colleagues are appointed or are hired on merit. 44%. That is the public servants saying about their colleagues that they don't believe that most of them are hired on merit. That is not us saying that. That is the public servants responding to this survey saying that, wow, that is condemning. As I said, that is not from any political party, but from the public servants themselves. That, Madam Speaker, is the result of DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion. All of those are really, really good things in themselves. But if they take away from appointment on merit, What that means is that they prevent the public service from doing the job that it should do, as well as it should be doing it for the people of New Zealand. And that is why this bill is there and is making the change that it is making. The government and the Commissioner have been clear. Being a public servant is an important role. Being a public servant is an important role. It needs the best people for the job. Diversity, equity and inclusion are all important, but being capable of doing the job and doing it well is the most important. Our public servants themselves say so. Our taxpayers deserve the best. Our public servants deserve the best. And I commend this bill to the House.
I call on Tom Rutherford.
Pleasure to rise and speak in support of the Public Service Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, this will drive improvements in public service performance, ensure that the public service can efficiently and effectively serve the government to deliver value for money for all New Zealanders. I commend it to the House.
I call on Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, I want to use my speech to draw attention to an aspect of this bill that has been glossed over by the Minister, glossed over in the regulatory impact statement, hidden away in what is supposed to be a streamlining change, but is actually quite a significant change. And it's the change around long-term insights briefings. Now, the previous government introduced the concept of a long-term insight briefing. Said our public servants are an extraordinarily diligent, well-educated, thoughtful group of people who spend years grappling with some of the problems that this country faces, that have a whole lot of knowledge to bring to that. But all too often, they are not able to bring that knowledge out because they are responding to the very immediate needs of the government of the day. So, more to the point, all too often too, they can't put stuff out because it doesn't fit with the government's political program. Now that's fair enough, they're there to serve the government of the day. But that means that there is a huge untapped resource of knowledge and insight. So our government said, actually, we want to give those superb public servants a chance every 3 years to focus on a particular issue of their choice, to consult with the public, to analyse it, and to present us with a long-term insights briefing. Each government department was going to be able to do that. This bill removes that from individual government departments and concentrates it all in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. It says, and it's quite well hidden actually in the bill. So sitting in the Minister's legislative statement, there is an analysis that says that Clause 45 streamlines the requirements for long-term insights briefings, requiring the Department of DPMC to coordinate one briefing every 3 years and to issue guidance to support agency capability for long-term thinking. So it's about streamlining, according to the Minister's legislative statement. But in actual fact, it's not just streamlining. It is removing the capacity for individual departments to make a decision about what their briefing will be about how how they will go about developing that briefing, about how they will report it to their ministers. And it turns out those briefings are often not particularly convenient to the government of the day. So, and I can only speak in terms of the revenue portfolio here. In the last term of the government, the first Inland Revenue long-term insights briefing was produced. And much as the Minister of the day wanted it to focus on the overall fairness of the tax system and the taxation of capital and how that related to the taxation of income, Inland Revenue went their own way as independent public servants and produced a report on whether our tax settings affect our productivity. That was not very convenient to us as a government, but it was a great report to get. And then this current government, the current long-term insights briefing being prepared by Inland Revenue is actually around the taxation of capital. Not very convenient to the government of the day, but a fantastic long-term insights briefing to have. So these long-term insights briefings may not be convenient,
but they add so much value to our country overall. So I thought, well, surely the regulatory impact statement would have some assessment of this. But no, sitting in the regulatory impact statement is a little tick saying that it was exempt from the regulatory impact statement. And why is that change exempt from a regulatory impact statement? Because the Ministry for Regulation, in other words, David Seymour's little pet toy, granted exemption for it, but no reason was given for it. There is no cost-benefit analysis on whether losing these long-term insights briefings and concentrating them just in the Department of DPMC will make a difference. No cost-benefit analysis, no assessment of the impact for the long-term future of this country. Now, this is something we pride ourselves on in our public service, that they are independent, that they do serve the government of the day, that they are capable of working between one government and another, that they give of their best. This government is working directly against that.
Honourable Melissa Lee.
Speaker, reinforcing the core principles of political neutrality, appointment on merit, all positions and professional competence is something that I actually support. And when that side of the House actually introduced the tick box exercise of including diversity, equity and inclusion, did not actually improve public service. I commend this bill to the House.
Rachel Boyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not a pleasure to take a call on this bill because many of the things that it does, Madam Speaker, is really undermine the role that the public service play in serving the government, but specifically serving New Zealanders, which is what they are there to do. And can I just acknowledge the many public servants across New Zealand, particularly those going through difficult times at the moment in terms of restructures and having their work in many cases changed in a way that I know is frustrating many of them. So I just want to acknowledge many hardworking and loyal public servants that we have in New Zealand. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk briefly about the long-term insights briefings, but before I get there, I want to talk around the changes being made that the role chief executives play in terms of pay equity. And I want to talk to that briefly, Madam Speaker, because what we've seen from this government is a government that doesn't value the pay of women. Just this year, we had a bill rammed through the House that changed the rules around pay equity, that removed a significant number of pay equity claims that were on the table. We've got pay offers for nurses of 2% this year, 1% next year, and a pay offer for teachers of 1%. Many of these workforces are female-dominated, and instead of genuinely trying to find other ways to achieve the importance of pay equity for women, this bill actually makes it worse again, Madam Speaker. What it does is it repeals section 73.3I and J, which removes the requirement for chief executives to have employment policies that recognise the importance of pay equity between female and male employees, and that ensure decisions about remuneration are free from bias, including gender bias. So we've just heard from speakers talking about not making decisions based around gender. There are policies in place in the Act that say remuneration decisions have to be made free of bias from gender, and that has been taken away. And claims are being cancelled. It is crazy, Dr. Webb. It is reinforcing the very decisions being made by this government to undermine the pay of women in New Zealand, Madam Speaker. And when I read that in this bill, I was shocked, actually, because I thought this was a National Party in particular trying desperately to show the public why they still support women being paid well. But everything we are seeing from this government, the scrapping of pay equity claims, the shocking offers made to nurses and teachers, and now the plan to remove pay equity policies from the role of the public service chief executives who have so much influence over what employees are paid is an absolute shocker, Madam Speaker. I also wanted to talk briefly about long-term insights briefings because the previous term of Parliament I sat on the Governance and Administration Committee, and we were the receivers of all of these briefings before they were sent to committees for their observations and their thinking. Madam Speaker, we put together a couple of reports around long-term insights briefings, and those reports, I'll be frank, did have some criticisms that perhaps there were too many. Having 40 every 3 years was perhaps too many, that perhaps some agencies didn't necessarily do a good job of choosing the right topic that genuinely was a long-term issue that New Zealand had to grapple with. And there could have been more collaboration between agencies to come up with topics that worked across multiple agencies. And so I am not personally opposed to some changes to how many, but going from 40 to 1 that is only driven by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, in my view, is a missed opportunity, and it actually goes against what was a cross-party unanimous report that included members of the National Party as well when we wrote our reports on long-term insight briefings. And so I would encourage the members of the National Party to go away and read the reports of the Governance and Admin Committee, because there could be some changes made, but this is going far too far. It takes away the ability of the public service to think long-term for New Zealanders, which is one of its roles. So I do not commend, Madam Speaker, this bill to the House.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Excellent, thank you. It is a great honour to rise in support of the Public Service Amendment Bill in this first reading. And I do just acknowledge the previous speaker who did acknowledge as change was needed. This is about driving improvements in our public service performance, ensuring that our public service can efficiently and effectively serve the government to deliver value for New Zealanders. So I commit this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
No.
The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed. Yeah.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed.
Service Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Public Service Amendment Bill be considered by the Governance and Administration Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Is there a minister that's going to move the report back date?
Madam Speaker. Yeah, I move that the bill is reported back in 4 months and 1 day.
So we've got some wording here which the clerk will bring over. Point of order.
Madam Speaker, the motion's been put and it's been put incorrectly. There was no minister ready to put this. There was an adequate period of time for them to be able to be organised and to put it.
Yes, you're speaking to the point of order?
Nonetheless, a minister has risen to his feet and moved the motion. I see no problem with that.
I'll just a moment. I'll just take some. It was put not as planned. I accept that. I'm just going to take some advice here. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yes, it does. Okay, so the advice that I've been given is that even though the Minister used the incorrect words, the effect was the same. So I put the motion that the Minister moved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Aye.
Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes against.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes against.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Education and Training, Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable David Seymour.
I present a legislative statement on the Education and Training, Early Childhood and Education Reform Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable David Seymour.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Education and Workforce Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after the bill receives its first reading. Madam Speaker, early childhood education is one of arguably the most important sector that the government is responsible for. And the reason for that is not that around about $3.1 billion of taxpayer money go into it. It's not that parents stump up a comparable amount for their side of the funding, although those are significant amounts of money, around $6 billion. Well, the reason it's so important is that early childhood education has such a big influence on the development of young New Zealanders and their potential as they move on to participate in primary and then intermediate and then secondary and then tertiary education. Madam Speaker, I recently learned that 3-year-olds have 85% of adult brain matter. Some people ask why 3-year-olds don't take more responsibility. On the other hand, it shows just how much of a young person's development happens in those early days, and it's that early childhood education can affect. And that's why it's so important that the government gets the regulation right, because I think it's fair to say that the ECE sector, for whatever reason, and people could come up with their theories, has been badly neglected when it comes to government policy. People that run these centres, around 4,000 of them up and down the country, have been frustrated, driven to distraction by conflicting rules, by a really dictatorial approach, by really minor rules that are nonetheless enforced on pain of being shut down, given a notice they can no longer continue, and by inconsistent enforcement. The government's response actually came from the Ministry for Regulation. to do a sector review, to go out and hear from the people affected and ask them, what are your problems? And then compare the rules that the centres are subjected to with good regulatory practice. And after listening to literally thousands of people, going away, working with other government departments, with the Education Review Office, with the Ministry for Education, listening to the people that run all the kindies, the big chains, the small, cottage, you might say, early childhood centres, the home-based carers, what was found was that there needed to be about 15 different changes. In fact, there were 15 recommendations from that report the government adopted. And if I was to simplify them, I would say that it comes down to simplifying the rules, improving the way the rules are enforced, and changing who enforces the rules. Those are the three changes that we're going through. 98 licensing criteria are being crunched down to a smaller number, and many of those that remain will be greatly simplified to give people running ECEs an easier time while making sure we have a laser focus on children's safety. There will also be a change from the Ministry of Education to the Education Review Office as the specialist enforcer. But it's the bit in the middle, the way the rules are enforced, that we're talking about today. And in particular, the establishment of a director of regulation, somebody who is accountable. Well, actually, someone said, oh, it's more bureaucracy. Well, the thing is, there's already a person doing this job. But what is changing is that they are going to have statutory responsibility, principles of why the government regulates early childhood centres and how it regulates early childhood centres put into law, so that people who actually run these centres, people who invest in them, people who actually do the hard work every day, if they feel that they're getting an unfair deal, there's one person who's responsible under law to regulate responsibly, and that person is making sure that the rules are consistent up and down the country. And that is something that I believe people want. In fact, I know that they want it, because when we went out and did a sector review, they told us that they wanted it. We're going to see a set of principles put in place that say child safety is at the centre of everything when we regulate. So is children's education. But critically, there's the principle that the regulation should be done in such a way that it is the least impact, that it's proportional to the purpose, that people don't get the runaround, have to fill out forms and papers just for the sake of it, that they don't feel intimidated, that they don't feel they're going to be shut down immediately. They're going to face a graduated approach where it's not one high-stakes decision, that there's actually a process and 5 steps of warning people if they have made a transgression and then escalating from there, rather than what happens sometimes to unfortunate centre operators with no warning being shut down and losing their licences. This is the kind of approach that people want the government to take. They don't want open slather, they do want regulation, but they also don't want a punitive approach where rules that they may not have known about, that were inconsistently enforced, suddenly show up on their door with a punitive approach that takes away their basic rights. That, Mr. Speaker, is why this piece of legislation is so important. It forms a part of the government's response to the regulatory sector review. And by the time this bill's done, the changes from the MOE to ERO are done and the new rules are put in place, we will be able to say that in less than 2 years, the government has gone in, listened to early childhood educators, looked at the rules they're subject to, streamlined the rules, laser focused on child safety, and ensured that people can spend more time investing in the potential and the growth of the next generation of young New Zealanders and less time dealing with bureaucracy and paperwork. And Madam Speaker, with that in mind, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker. Question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's not much that I agree with that member on the other side of the House, but I do agree that the early childhood sector is one of the most important sectors that government does have the oversight of. It is where the formation of our young people's learning starts, although I probably would actually argue that it starts prior to that in the womb. But it is where we see the biggest learning of our young people over that time. And I'm pleased to hear the member start to show some facts about his understanding of early childhood development. One thing that I would say, though, Madam Speaker, in that speech is that I'd have to go back and check on Hansard, but I'm not certain that I heard the word teacher anywhere in that actual speech, and that does concern me. Madam Speaker, this government has had an attack on early childhood since they started in office, and it has been one thing after the other. And I was going through the members' press releases and having a look at the different areas of where they've had an attack. Every month there has been something where they have got rid of something, where they have had, it's been based on an ideological basis rather than on quality education. And often there has never been that mention of the people who are the most important, that make the biggest difference to our young people in those early childhood centres, and that's the teachers. Madam Speaker, this bill puts the control of early childhood education in the hands of a director of regulation, rather than focusing on the outcomes of quality early childhood education. It is only going to be the children at the heart of this and their whānau who are going to be the losers, because as a country we need to have a laser focus on high quality early childhood education and the drivers for that. And if we lose that focus, if we start to use some distracting information, then we're going to be all the worse in our system. We have a system as it is now that has been lauded worldwide. We have a system that the rest of the world has looked at us and said, this is an absolutely amazing early childhood education system that you have in your country. How do you get that? And I know this because I've had conversations with ministers of education across the globe, including in jurisdictions where we look up to them for what they do, such as the Scandinavian countries. They have held us in awe of what we do. But actually now they're starting to ask us, what on earth is going on in your system where you are putting kids second and putting centre owners first? Because that's what I heard in that opening speech, was that the minister had had lots of conversations with centre owners. But I ask, how many conversations were had with teachers who work with those children one-on-one during the day? How many conversations, 1 on 10 or 1 on whatever their ratios are, because it is really hard for them out there at the moment. And that is one of the key reasons, Madam Speaker, why we are losing so many good quality teachers out of the profession, because we are simply not looking after them and not giving them the status of the professionals that they are. If we are saying that this is one of our most important sectors in government, and we heard the minister say that here this afternoon, then why are we not putting quality early childhood education front and centre, and putting those teachers, those qualified and skilled teachers, front and centre? That's absolutely right. It is about profits, and this is all this government is doing at the moment, is siding with the people who are making the profits and not the people who are actually working and doing and delivering that quality education. And I really feel for those teachers. I asked the minister how many centres has he been around lately, because I've been to quite a number, and in those centres people's morale is low. It is quality teachers who are absolutely stressed, and they are crying out for them to be recognised and their sector to be recognised as an area that this government needs to really hone into, that quality early childhood education. Madam Speaker, we've already had a number of academics in this country, really amazing academics in this area, who have spoken up and said what they think about this piece of legislation, and I look forward to seeing them. I'm sad that it's going to Select Committee, but I look forward to seeing and hearing from them there. So, Madam Speaker, I do not support this bill.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be clear. When it comes to EC, I think we can all agree that the education of our youngest and of our mokopuna and our tamariki is paramount. It is important when we want to ensure that we have the development, the education of our children at the heart of our decision making. It is important for us to know the impact and the kind of nurture that is relied upon of our teaching force when you're looking at early childhood education or education in general. However, what is quite laughable about this bill, Madam Speaker, is the fact that when we are looking at some of the cabinet papers, children, teacher, education are rarely found. Instead, what we do see in cabinet paper is reduce cost to business. This is the paramount goal of the minister on introducing any bills when it comes to early childhood education. Now, there are a number of concerns that we already know in the ECE sector. We know about the high cost of fees to parents, the kind of racketeering that we see despite the 20 hours free that is being offered. We see teacher-child ratio being at an all-time low and being at an all-time high, so that there is too many children per class and teachers are struggling. All of this despite the fact that we have a world-leading, literally world-leading education strategy in early childhood education in Te Whariki. The idea of setting up a director in this is adding more yellow tapes. Let us be clear about that. It is setting up also that director to fail without fundamentally changing the levers and changing the way we address early childhood education. How is that director going to be able to fulfill the requirement of health and safety and well-being of children when you have higher and higher teacher-student ratios, when you no longer have qualified teachers, when ECE teachers has just lost out on $22 million as it's been lately reported? All of these should be concerning for parents and for the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, when it comes to bills such as this. This bill does ignore major systemic issues that we are currently seeing. But not only that, I think it's really important in this case to actually challenge the minister and challenge the minister on the fact that whether he will genuinely listen to submitters in the select committee on this bill. A challenge to the minister to take some actual responsibility and accountability for bad decisions that has been made under that minister. To give an example, when the Education and Training Amendment Bill was first introduced, part of that affected ECE was the removal of network management. 96% of the submitters opposed it, yet that did not sway the minister in any way, shape, or form. The minister doesn't care about what the New Zealand public thinks, just cares about who the minister has been talking to, who are the businesses of ECE and the privatization of ECE. Other decisions that are made, what we have found recently today, that the vast majority of the minister's school lunch program, for example, is negative. Overwhelming feedback is negative. And that is done through an OIA. So the minister must be able to be held accountable for introducing something like this into the House. And we're looking forward to seeing the submitters on this. The Green Party recognizes the issue that ECE is facing in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and we have the green solution for it. In our green budget, we stated that we are wanting to see changes to ECE, changes that this bill proposes to do, but it cannot be done by introducing a director. It needs to be done from a system level and from a funding level. So what we want to see is to ensure that we are no longer privatizing our ECE. That is the crux of the issue. We should not be able to commercialize the bookends of our lives. So the Green Party will not support this bill, but we're looking forward to the Select Committee stage.
Vanessa Winning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise as a member of the Education and Workforce Committee to speak in support of the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill. There will be some changes that will make it easier to do the work of ECE without as much tanglement of red tape, and I commend the bill to the House.
Andy Foster.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise to speak in support of this bill. We heard a lot from the opposition about somehow that this bill is not about the welfare of children, but look at the following objectives of Part 2. Number one of them, to protect the health, safety and well-being of children receiving early childhood education, and number two, to improve educational and developmental outcomes for those children. So what is that about other than looking after those children? Madam Speaker, New Zealand First supports the reforms that prioritise children's well-being while bringing clarity and confidence back to public regulation. I commend this bill to the House.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to speak in support of the Education and Training Early Education Reform Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, many positive changes being proposed in here that many of our colleagues have already articulated tonight, and I'm looking forward to it commencing itself to the Select Committee, so I commend it to the House.
Madam Speaker. Kia ora, Madam Speaker. I didn't think I'd get to my call so quickly, given the nature of this issue. But it is what it is. It's a pleasure to take a call on this bill that touches on the education sector. It's unfortunate that the nature of the content in the bill is something that doesn't give me a lot of pleasure in having to talk about. Madam Speaker, we heard from the Minister responsible for this bill that, this is around basic rights being taken away of those that are involved in the operational functionality of early childhood sector operations. No, it's not. Actually, what's really important is that our tamariki, our learners, our akona are actually in safe learning environments. That is what is really important. We've heard from my colleague, the Honourable Giantinetti, around the fact that quality education is vital. It is important. And we are well known all around the world for the way in which we not only treat those practitioners in that sector, but the way in which we go about ensuring that our sectors are connected to the community, but also connected to whānau, because that is absolutely important. That is what is vital. I started out my training as a secondary school teacher, as an educator, and I cannot underscore the absolute value of making sure that when kids go to a learning environment, that they get the best possible chance that they can in that environment. And my hat goes off to all of those in our primary sector, to colleagues that were in the secondary sector, but also to those who do the hard yards in the ECE sector as well. Because teachers, regardless of where you are, whether you're ECE, primary, secondary or tertiary, will notice the huge difference if the learning environment in those ECE opportunities are such that it's not actually giving young folk the best start in life. But we've all had an opportunity, as members of Parliament, I'm sure, to go out into different learning environments, to see whether it be a kindergarten or an ECE, and to really understand the hard work that those practitioners, those teachers do on a daily basis, who go beyond what is expected of them on a standard day. I've had a chance to visit a number of Pacific ECEs actually operating around this country, and the real passion that parents, uncles and aunties, grandparents, siblings, cousins and others have around the real intimate nature that those ECE opportunities provide is something that cannot be taken for granted. And so what this bill does is it basically just cuts through all of that. This is coming from someone who also holds the regulation portfolio. It is ironic actually that this is going to introduce a new director of regulation in the ECE sector. This is going to create more red tape into the sector. This is something that basically flies in the face of what is good legislation. But it is no surprise to me, because if we look at the track record of this Associate Education Minister, not only is he wanting to pursue these changes, he's already said, as a colleague has already mentioned, that the changes to the lunches and schools program is a problem. Is really something quite negative, where he's blaming local government as a sector for the issues around school attendance and saying that they need to do more when they are absolutely connected to their communities. So this sense that it is some form of dictatorship under an existing regime is absolute nonsense. What this is doing is sending a very strong and clear signal to those who are in the early childhood education sector at the moment that actually the work that you do, the understandings that you bring to the role that you undertake is something that is not valued. This is a bill that is not sending any sense of valuation to those involved in the sector. It is disappointing that the government seem to want to look at those who are working really hard in the ECE sector and say we don't actually value the fact that you're trained, we don't value the fact that you're qualified, we don't value the fact that you're skilled, and we certainly don't value the fact that you are experienced. Because if this government did, they wouldn't be looking to cut through many of the exciting opportunities actually that exist in our kohanga, that exist in our kindergartens, that exist in any early childhood centre. So this is something that we will continue to oppose even through the Select Committee.
Hamish Anderson.
It's a pleasure to rise this evening and talk about the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill. And I really look forward to the Education and Workforce Select Committee's report back to the House, and I commend this bill.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, thank you for that. Well, you know, what's this bill really about? You know, this is a classic piece of ACT Party legislation where they put in a series of kind of complicated Orwellian doublespeak clauses. And if we think about it, the cover is this Director of Regulation for ECE. Why we need to have a new Director of Regulation is beyond me, but in fact, the ACT Party seems to like clipboard holders, so we're going to have one or probably more. The interesting thing is that this director has, under the Act, a whole lot of duties, and it's got statutorily independent functions and then functions which are not independent. And if you go to Clause 27C, it makes it clear, as you'd expect, in performing their statutorily independent functions, the Director of Regulation must act independently of the Minister. Now, what's the inverse of that? That when you are exercising any other function, you're not independent of the Minister. That is to say, you're to act under the direction of the Minister. And once again, this is the ACT Party reaching deep into the public service and seeking to direct it for its own political ends. So you see that it uses words which on their face sound relatively innocuous. Take a risk-based, proportionate, fair and transparent approach. Avoid imposing unnecessary costs on parents, caregivers and service providers. Now that might be okay if you gave it to an independent public servant to interpret, but when you give it to an ACT Party minister to interpret, it means do away with the rules. So when you come to dealing with complaints and issuing guidance on the regulatory approach and regulatory strategy, they are not statutorily independent. The Minister can direct the Director of Regulation as to how that should go about. That is the invidious kind of intervention that the ACT Party has into our public service. Carrying out proactive and regular risk-based monitoring. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that the Minister for Early Childhood Education can set parameters as to what kind of ECEs will be subject to scrutiny at a particular level and which kind will be subject to, shall we say, light-handed scrutiny. Perhaps the ones that are part of a large network of ECE providers will be subject to lighter scrutiny than small, independent and community-based providers. I don't know, but that might be what we'd see. So this here is just part of a program of deregulating ECE and other important sectors for the benefit of a few. And the suggestion that the safety of children is being put first, frankly, doesn't lie easily in the mouth of the minister who spoke at the first reading moments ago. So what we see here, and it is truly ironic that we have the Minister for Regulation with his Ministry for Regulation now speaking to having a Director of Regulation, a proliferation of regulation positions. It's absolutely outstanding. And Mr. Hernandez's point about it being a sea of yellow tape is a good one. I wish I'd thought of it. But in fact, what the ACT Party are doing is just creating time and again, bureaucracy upon bureaucracy, which are actually there to push their own ideological and political agenda. And that they're starting with our children, with our youngest children, our early childhood education is deeply concerning. And of course, when we see these new regulations come out, when we see them having less scrutiny of child's welfare, of nappy changes, of medication being delivered, of how much they've eaten, the bottles they've had, all those things which as parents we know are important, that we want to know about, what's going to happen then? And that's what we're going to get from this kind of bill. I certainly don't commend it.
Well said, sir. Rima Narkley.
Madam Speaker, I'm the final speaker in the first reading of the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill, and it's really sad to hear the other side of the House make it out as if there's some really deep conspiracy theory going on. Madam Speaker, the functions of Director of Regulation, as proposed, is enforce compliance by service providers, provide information to parents, carry out risk-based monitoring of compliance by service providers, help improve the knowledge of parents. There's no conspiracy theory, Madam Speaker. We commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. Oh, sorry, I'm just waiting for the clerk to say her piece.
Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill, first reading.
And one more thing. Sorry, Minister Seymour. The question is that the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill be considered by the Education and Workforce Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable David Seymour.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Education and Training Early Childhood Education Reform Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after the bill receives its first reading.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, just 1 second.
Sorry.
Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill, first reading.
I like prompt action, but we've just got a few procedures to follow. So thank you. Honourable David Seymour.
I think you said enough, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable
Madam
David
Speaker,
Seymour.
I move that the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be here today to present the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill. This is an omnibus bill which amends 23 different acts with the overarching purpose of improving the effectiveness and efficiency of the regulatory systems overseen by the Department of Internal Affairs. The bill addresses a wide range of minor errors, gaps and inconsistencies in legislation. It also addresses overly prescriptive and out-of-date provisions. While most of the legislation being amended falls within the internal affairs portfolio, amendments are also being made to legislation in the community and voluntary sector, local government, justice, health and land information portfolios. Internal affairs, and I'm reading this, is a big beast. It touches the lives of every New Zealander through the issuing of birth and death certificates. It preserves our country's history through the National Library and Archives. It deals with some of the darkest corners of the internet through countering child sex abuse material and terrorist material online, and it monitors our all-important fire and emergency service to ensure it is delivering for New Zealanders. This bill makes a number of small but meaningful changes within internal affairs to make Kiwis' lives easier and increase the efficiency of the Department of Internal Affairs. I'd like to draw the House's attention to just a few examples of these changes. The bill makes a handful of changes to the Gambling Act intended to reduce harm and clarify expectations for gambling operators. One of these changes is limiting the sale of lottery tickets to those aged 18 or older, which aligns with the sale of other lottery products such as Instant Kiwi or Scratchies, as most people know them. While adults are allowed to gamble as they wish, I've been clear that I do not want to get children to gamble, and this amendment will introduce a consistent age restriction on lotto tickets in line with other gambling products. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important roles of the Department of Internal Affairs plays is the monitoring and removal of objectionable content online, including child sex abuse material. I know the Department's digital safety team work very hard to identify perpetrators and safeguard victims of this horrible crime. Currently, the Films, Videos and Publications Classification Act is overly restrictive on how the Department can share information about objectionable content with international law enforcement agencies. An amendment in this bill will allow for more direct information sharing with our international partners. This will improve the coordination and efficiency in the Department's operations as they work across borders to counter the spread of this illegal content. The bill also streamlines the process for organisations who want to offer RealMe to electronically verify the identity of their customers and staff. Many of us will be familiar with RealMe, the digital identity service used by over 1.5 million New Zealanders for activities such as opening a bank account or signing up with an education provider. Currently, organisations that are deemed acceptable to use the service and pass all the requirements for privacy and security must wait for Cabinet to sign them off in a process that can take weeks or months. This bill proposes that organisations that meet all the requirements can be granted access by the Department of Internal Affairs rather than waiting for politicians to sign them off. The bill also makes a few simple and common sense amendments, such as allowing people to cancel their passports if their personal data has been compromised, allowing a sperm donor's personal information to be updated in the case of their death so offspring are aware of any possible hereditary diseases, and modernises language such as updating the term child porn to child sex abuse material to better reflect the appropriate terms used by law enforcement agencies. I could stand here all day and tell you about all the changes that this bill is making, but with 23 different changes, that would be excessive. Well, what I will conclude by saying is that this bill makes a range of mostly small but valuable amendments to the statute books that will help ensure the DIA continues to operate very well in the modern environment and that the legislation it oversees remains fit for purpose. I'd like to thank the people who have worked on this, both within the Department of Internal Affairs and within Minister Van Velden's office, particularly Abigail Johnson, who has worked as her advisor on all of this very detailed work. It is very easy to make a new rule or a regulation, to remove them and make people's lives easier and better through more seamless and logical and common sense interactions with government. That is actually harder work than is commonly appreciated. With that, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take a call on the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill. And Madam Speaker, as the Minister did say, generally regulatory system bills, well actually he didn't say regulatory system bills, but he said this bill makes small and minor technical changes, which is quite the convention when it comes to regulatory system bills. And generally they are omnibus bills and they make small tweaks to different pieces of legislation, as the Minister said, over 20 pieces of legislation. So it's because of that reason that Labor stands to support this bill for the first reading. However, there are some issues, though, I do want to raise, which we will probably traverse during the Select Committee with officials, which we can do in confidence, because there are some little flags for me, particularly because this is supposed to be a regulatory systems bill that makes only minor and technical changes. There are some changes in this bill which I think officials should provide, if the Minister agrees to having officials as advisors, that the Select Committee should be aware of. So as the Minister said, there are some good changes in this. One change is to restrict the purchasing of all lottery products to under 18-year-olds. So, for example, back in over 18-year-olds. Thank you very much, Minister. So, as most people understand, when it's Father's Day, Christmas, Lotto has those big draws, and sometimes children buy lottery tickets for their grandparents or for their father for Father's Day.
Well,
so that would be nice. Well, my children are very nice to me. But ultimately, it now restricts a child or a person who's under 18 from being able to buy those tickets. So they're going to have to ask their grandparents or an adult who's over 18 to purchase them on their behalf and still write a nice little card. I get cards, which is also a good thing. There's also a good change to the Passport Act 1992. In particular, the change to the issuance of emergency travel documents. Sometimes, as much as you want your systems to work, and I know this having been a Minister of Internal Affairs, sometimes there are incidences where the system doesn't actually produce the passport in a certain period. This particular provision allows the department to issue emergency travel documents, so that is a good change. However, there are a couple of red flags which I did raise, which I think members of the Select Committee, I'm sure it's the Governance Administration Committee, should actually traverse a bit better with officials. One is the fire service levy changes. It talks about in the regulatory impact statement that the only people who, actually it wasn't in the regulatory impact statement, so first of all that's an issue, it was not in the regulatory impact statement, but in the disclosure statement, however, it talks about that the only people who were consulted as part of those changes were some insurance companies and insurance brokers. So I think it'd be good to have some submissions from the general public and other interested parties as to the impact of the changes to the fire service levies within this bill. There's also another change in the regulatory impact statement, and that's in relation to page 10, and it's around amending the Birth, Deaths, Marriages Act. And it's around information sharing of historical information with genealogy websites. My concern is that there is advice that has been redacted within the regulatory impact statement for the reason that it is to protect the free and frank advice of ministers and officials. If it's enough to redact that advice, then why is it in this bill? So that is a good question that the Select Committee should be asking officials at the time when it comes through the Select Committee. The second thing as well, Madam Speaker, which is another red flag for me, is that on page 17 of the regulatory impact statement, there are a number of changes to the Films, Videos and Publications Classification Act. And a number of pieces of the advice that are in the RIS have been redacted as well. And they've been redacted for, it's quite a serious reason why they're redacted. It's under Section 6C of the OIA. 6C basically means you can withhold this because it has either it's sensitive for the country or it's sensitive for other particular reasons. If it's so sensitive, why is it in a regulatory system impact bill? That's a fair enough question. So it should be something that the Select Committee should be asking officials, and it can be done as secret evidence. They should be asking officials about why this information and advice has been redacted. What is the problem statement that the government is trying to fix? Because at the moment, you can't really go off much based on the advice that's in the bill. So the Labour Party, again, does support this bill through to first reading. There are some flags that have been raised as part of this, and I question why they're in this particular bill, but I'm sure the Select Committee will traverse that.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take a call on the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill, and like my colleagues and Labour Party, we will also be supporting this bill with some important caveats that they've raised. We do know that this bill is an omnibus bill which does make a lot of changes to legislation, around 20, and a lot of them are fairly non-controversial, such as the changes to the Births, Deaths, Marriages and Relationship Registration Act 2021. Those changes there relate to overseas divorce dissolution, name changes, historical information, and some small changes to the functions of the Registrar General. I think the overseas divorce dissolution is particularly important because as Aotearoa moves towards a sort of more multicultural society with an increasing proportion of the population being born overseas, it's important to make sure that we have provisions related to that. It also makes changes to the Charities Act, such as clarifying functions regarding searching the Charities Register, requiring information to be published online regarding the Charities Review Authority, and revoking some regulations. That level of transparency is quite important, so we support those changes in that regard. It also makes changes to the Films, Video and Publications Classification Act 1993 and associated regulations, such as removing consultation with the Minister of Women's Affairs on the Chief Censor, removing references to the Offices of Film and Literature Classification, and changing some of the terminology around that. It also makes changes around the Fire and Emergency New Zealand Act 2017. The changes in that section will remove the definitions of personal property and residential land, replace the definitions of residential property and add new definitions, and it also updates regulations relating to the Fire and Emergency New Zealand levy and payable rate calculation. One of the other changes that the bill makes is the Human Assisted Reproductive Technology Act, which requires providers to accept updated information from donors and allows the Registrar General to tell providers the number of donor offspring for a particular donor. I could go on. I've got notes for days here, but I think I've talked long enough that thanks for the time.
Tom Rutherford.
A great pleasure again to speak on the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill. Looking forward to consideration of this at the Select Committee, and therefore I commend it to the House.
Dr. David Wilson.
Madam Chair, whawhitai lava, I stand on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill. New Zealand First is backing this bill because it is a classic case of good change. It does not attempt to invent anything. It simply makes the present system function more effectively. Madam Speaker, this bill is about good management. It's about making sure our laws are not only written clearly, but it is also function clearly and effectively. New Zealand First is happy to support it, and we recommend this bill to the House.
Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very thrilled to take the call on the Regulatory Systems Internal Affairs Amendment Bill first reading, and like most of these omnibus bills, it's tidying up bits and pieces of legislation that need to be tidied up. So with that, I'll be very pleased to commit this bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. Tuesday, the 12th of August, 2025.